the other one.
Been on an excursion.
Guys, welcome to the live show. It's Rep America, and I am Medi. Glad to have you this morning. We got Trump live, and we also have CPAC today. So let's go. Let's check it out.
Okay. Hi, how are you? Are you all ready? A lot of media, as usual. So thank you to the incredible members of my cabinet. They're doing a phenomenal job. Everybody pretty much agrees to that, including our newest member, Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen. Thank you, Mark. And we all know him very well, and he was a very popular senator, very effective senator.
Good morning, guys. We just started the show. Glad to have you guys. Thank you for joining. This just started, so we're going to cover it, and we're going to enjoy this. You guys know when we got Trump live, you never know what's going to happen. That's the beauty. That's the fun part about it. This is the beauty, guys. Trump is a real human. He's a real person. He's relatable, and he's funny, and we love to watch him live. He's the greatest president of our lifetimes. Let's go.
Effective probably being the more important word, JD, don't you think?
Yes, sir.
And we wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you.
I think you'll do fantastically well. Congratulations to you. You have an amazing family that were here yesterday in the Oval, sworn in. His family's amazing, so thank you very much. We're now on day 41 of the disgraceful Democrat shutdown of Mark Wayne's department. Congratulations. You came into a department that shut down. Shut down by the radical Democrats. Right? But Democrats are really punishing the American people. I saw it today on one of the shows where they were interviewing people at the
So he's just making fun because he just put Mark Wayne in charge of DHS and it's shut down. He says, congratulations, you're in charge of a department that's shut down because of the Democrats, right?
airport, and they're all angry at the Democrats. They're saying, they're actually angry at Schumer. I didn't think anyone knew his name. One woman said, that Schumer is disgraceful. He's a disgrace to our country. But they're angry at the Democrats. They know what's happening. But they're punishing the American people, including travelers at airports, all in the quest to return to open borders and give amnesty to illegal alien criminals. They want to give amnesty to some of the criminals that came into our country. Just about all of them, actually, if you look at it. They love sanctuary cities, which is a sanctuary for criminals.
Yeah, exactly. Democrats are working harder for illegals than they are for you guys, the American citizens, their own voters. They're working harder for, think about that, working harder for illegals than the American people.
They want to make sure they're taken care of. That's what we're fighting about. That's really what they're fighting. They don't talk about that, but that's what they're fighting about. They want to protect criminals. In many cases, 11,888 murders. Many of them, I will say, are gone now because of us. We got them out. But still have some left. Should have never happened, should have never been allowed to come into our country.
Yep.
But we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let the Democrats get away with this stuff, and people are wise to them. So they need to end the shutdown immediately, or we'll have to take some very drastic measures. This morning, I want to give an update on the Operation Epic Fury, which is an appropriate name because we are absolutely obliterating them. Over the past 3 weeks, we've been hitting Iran's military capabilities at a level that few people have ever seen before. People never knew there was such a capability. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. I built it during my first administration, and I used it during my second administration. Unfortunately, because I'd rather not have to use it. But it's a display of force and precision and skill like nothing the world has really witnessed, although you got a pretty good witnessing of it in Venezuela also. That was a smaller version of what we're doing now. We're crushing their missiles and drone stockpiles, destroying their defense industrial base. We've wiped out their Navy completely, their Air Force completely. We've wiped out a large percentage of their missiles. And the missile launchers, without the launchers, the missiles don't do any good. And we've knocked out probably close to 90% of the launchers, probably more than 90% of the missiles themselves. Between some they fired and more than they fired, we knocked out. We've also destroyed a lot of the factories. We're continuing to do that, but a lot of the factories where they manufacture the drones and the missiles. The drones too are way down, but the reason they're down is they go one way and they don't come back, because for the most part we're shooting them down. But we also are able to, we've really done tremendous damage to the places where they make them. And just so we set the record straight, because I've been watching the Wall Street Journal's fake news and all these stories that get printed like, oh, I want to make a deal. They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And anybody that saw what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal. But they say, oh, we're not talking to them. Anybody would know they're talking. And only a total fool. And they're not fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. They are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago. Or they should have done it when we first came into office, because 2 years ago they had free reign under Biden. Sleepy Joe, worst president in the history of our country. When he allowed to happen to our country at the borders, and even with a thing like this. But not just him. Every president for 47 years, every president should have done this. They should have done it a long time ago, because
Barack Obama
you cannot give
should have done it.
Lunatics a nuclear weapon, and they would have had a big one. It stopped really when we did the B-2, but even before that, the Barack Hussein Obama, what he did where he gave them the Iran nuclear deal, gave them free will toward a nuclear weapon. Basically, he chose Iran over Israel and others that didn't want him to do it. But I terminated that deal. Had I not terminated that deal, you would have had a nuclear weapon years ago, and it would have been used, guaranteed. And one of the reasons you know about the guarantee is because their neighbors were sort of like bystanders. They weren't involved very much. They didn't choose heavy sides. They didn't want to, because people were concerned with Iran. There was a big black cloud over the Middle East. They were concerned, but all of a sudden the war starts, and they start shooting at these five, in particular, 5 countries. They start shooting at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman. They start shooting at them, and they were. Everybody was shocked, including us.
Crazy.
You know why?
Absolutely
Because they're
crazy.
sick, and they had a plan to take over the Middle East. And some of those,
Because they're sick, exactly. Oh yeah, here's a comment. Here's a comment right here. What is it? Trump is a buffoon and an embarrassment to the human race. This is a comment from the people that want men in women's bathrooms.
missiles that were shot at them were locked long before we even started this process. They were locked and loaded and aimed at those countries. They wanted to take over the Middle East. But we happened to come along, so it wasn't so easy. So right now their Navy is sunk in the largest elimination of a foreign Navy that has taken place, maybe ever, but certainly since World War II. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and communications capabilities are totally...
Here's a lovely comment. Watch this. Let me put this on the screen. It says here, your president, he meant president, but he put president. Your president is corrupt. Iran's law states there are not to produce nukes. So a little issue with his grammar. Their law states they're not to produce nukes. It's literally a law. Trump is full of crap, and you are moron supporting him, and it's coming from an Aussie. So you believe you believe Iran? Is that what it is? You believe Iran? Oh my God, bro! Australia is turning around. It's correcting itself after it went way, way far left, super woke. It's getting better. You got people that want Australia to be better again. But some of you are still far gone.
Dismantled, and one of the problems they do have when they deal with us is we deal with people, and the people aren't able to communicate with anybody else. So, because all of their leadership has been gone. The first level is gone, and they met to pick a new level, and they're gone. They're all gone because they didn't make a deal, and because they're sick people. They're really sick. They're really sinister, sick people. And if anybody thinks it was okay to have a group of people like this to have nuclear capability, nuclear weapons, and if we didn't attack with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks of that, maybe 4 weeks. But between 2 and 4 weeks, they were planning to have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't hit them at that time with the B-2 bombers, and one of the great air raids in history, maybe the greatest, dark at night, no moon, no light, every single bomb hit its mark and just obliterated that place. So it's now buried deep under earth. And it was an amazing thing, but they would have a nuclear, and they would have used it without question. And you know that because why did they shoot all these countries that weren't even really involved with them? They weren't involved. They had no big problems because they're sick, because they want to take over the Middle East, not just Israel. Certainly Israel would have been the first on their list. They would have used nuclear weapons, a nuclear, you don't need too many of them, but they would have used a nuclear weapon on Israel, and they would have used it on the neighbors, and then they would have come after us.
Yep.
And if we had a weak president, they would have done great damage. But fortunately, you don't have a weak president. I knew what was happening. And I think we've been proven right. You know, they took one missile, it went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability. But they shot the now famous Ireland, the island that the UK was very afraid to give us because they didn't want to get dragged in. But we don't want to get dragged into their wars either. You know, it's one thing we're very disappointed. I'll say it publicly. We're very disappointed with NATO because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said, 25 years ago, I mean, I was somebody that wasn't a politician, but I was always involved in politics and I understood politics. I said 25 years ago that NATO's a paper tiger, but more importantly, that we'll come to their rescue, but they will never come to ours. And I want you to remember that we said this. They didn't come to our rescue. Now they all want to help. When they're annihilated, the other side is annihilated, they said, we'd love to send ships. They actually made a statement, a couple of them, that we want to get involved when the war's over. No, it's supposed to get involved when the war's beginning, or even before it begins. We had the UK say that we'll send, this is 3 weeks ago, we'll send our aircraft carriers, which aren't the best aircraft carriers, by the way. They're toys compared to what we have. But we'll send our aircraft carrier when the war is over. I said, oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Don't bother. We don't need it. And we don't need it, and we don't need them.
We don't need them.
We estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission, and we're way ahead of schedule.
We didn't need them. Trump did a feeler. He sent out a feeler to see who's down. We've been down for all these countries all these years, and when we needed them, where were they? Not to be found. We don't need them. We just wanted to see what's up.
If you look at what we've done in terms of the destruction of that country, I mean, we're way ahead. Think of it. They have no Navy, and they had good ships. 154 ships have been shot down and are resting very nicely at the bottom of the sea. And we did that in a matter of less than a week. Because we have the greatest military in the world by far, nobody even close. So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're extremely, really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people, this is a disaster. They know it. That's why they're talking to us. They wouldn't talk otherwise. But they're talking to us because they've got a disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. We're free to roam over their cities and towns and destroy all of their crazy nuclear weapons and missiles and drones that they're building. Oh, we're doing that. They now have a chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. And they'll tell you, we're not negotiating. We will not negotiate. Of course they're negotiating. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. You know, they have 22 they call mine droppers. Think of it, who would have 22 mine droppers? There's a boat that drops mines. Who has 22 mine droppers? Except for people with very evil intention.
Literally.
So every one of those mine droppers has been struck with the same weapon we used to stop drugs from coming into the United States of America. When we hit those boats, it's the exact same weapon, extremely effective. We have unlimited supplies and extremely effective. But they have no more mine droppers. By the way, speaking of drugs, we're 98% down drugs coming in by water, by the ocean, by the sea. 98%. And we're trying to find out who are the 2% because we think they're the bravest men anywhere in the world. Maybe women. But whoever's on those boats is very brave or doesn't watch television. But where drugs coming in by sea, coming in by water, are 98% down. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land. The land is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came in through water. Now it's all pinched. And these people are trying to come in by land. And we will, that's it, that's the easy one. But we had to take care of the water first. Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. But they now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know. I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it. They can't shoot our jets. We have the best military equipment in the world. No, not even a contest. You see that with Venezuela. They had other equipment. They didn't have ours. It didn't work. Didn't work. Think of it. We did the situation in Venezuela. It was a great military operation, getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people, forced people into our country. Incredible. He emptied his prisons in Venezuela, emptied his prisons into our country, and I hope that charge will be brought at some point, because that was a big charge that hasn't been brought yet. It should be brought. He emptied his prisons into our country and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country. And he's now been captured and, I guess be given a fair trial. But I would imagine there are other trials coming because they've really sued him just in a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing, and nobody's a match for the United States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us. You don't have to, but if you don't if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression, never forget. Never forget. So as we end threats to America abroad, we're focused here at home on building the greatest economy in the history of the world. Now, before this started, the Dow hit 50,000. The S&P hit 7,000. Both of those achievements were not achievable. Every one of you, most of you, I guess, said you'll never hit 50,000 during a 4-year period because it was too high a number. Well, we hit it in our first year. And I said, well, now we have to take an excursion to Iran and we have to stop this maniac who's no longer with us. The supreme leader wasn't so supreme, no longer with us. It's very sad. But we have to stop him from blowing up the world, blowing up the Middle East, and blowing up our country, and we did that. And frankly, I thought the oil prices would go up more, and I thought the stock market would go down more. Hasn't been nearly as severe as I thought. I think they have confidence in maybe the American president and maybe the people sitting around this table. But Americans filing their taxes this year are receiving record-setting refunds. It's been a very big story. Well, it should be a big story. I don't think you write about it that much, but I speak about it. You know, I speak about it because if I speak about it, at least people hear. You don't write about it. You don't write about the drug prices going down. It'll be going down 30, 40, 50, 60%, 70%. Favored nations, called most favored nations. We're going to be paying the lowest price anywhere in the world. Before we paid the highest price in the world, Bobby, right? And now we're going to pay the lowest price in the world. That's quite a difference. It's a difference of from 40 to 70 and 80 and even 90%. That's a pretty big difference. But we're slashing regulations and investment is pouring in from all over the world. We have the most investment of any country in history has been put into our country in the last year. And again, we had to take a little detour. Won't be long. Going to end soon. We had to take a little detour, go to Iran, and we had to put out a fire. Very dangerous fire that could have blown up big portions of the world, if not the whole thing. So tomorrow we'll be announcing a variety of actions that we're taking to support American farmers, who we never forget. We love the farmers. We gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We had a tremendous amount of tariff money come in, and we continue to have. We've gone, as you know, the Supreme Court gave us a very unfortunate, foolish ruling, a ruling that gives the people that have ripped off our country for many years, gives them some money back. But it's one of those things. It's a terrible, terrible, horrible mistake they made, but it's okay because we have another method that's just as good. We'll use the other method. But because the tariff money has been so substantial, we gave our farmers who have been mistreated by some countries, we gave them $12 billion, and they're extremely happy, and they deserve it. They've been great. They never complain. They just go out and they farm, and they wouldn't do anything different. They wouldn't trade jobs with any of you, except maybe some of the fake media. I don't know. Somehow I don't see that. I like their job better, actually. I love the farmers. So we gave them $12 billion. So in just a few moments, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will discuss the actions that we're taking to address energy prices, which have not gone up as much as I thought, Scott, to be honest with you. And, you know, it's not over, so maybe it'll go up a little bit more. It's all going to come back down to where it was and probably lower. And my predictions have been right. Trump was right about everything. They have a new hat. Trump was right about everything. It's pretty right. But Scott's going to address that. And I think before we go very much further, I want to ask Vice President J.D. Vance to say a few words about where we are with the situation. He's involved with Steve and with Jared on negotiations, and then some of the others will speak. We'll have Marco say a few words. Pete Hegseth, who was born for this role. I mean, he's doing a great job. They gave him a hard time. And now people, I'll tell you, somebody came up to me yesterday, gave you a very hard time, said, you know, I made a mistake. Pete Hegseth is doing a good job. So when I tell you who, you're not even going to believe it. He said, Hegseth, he gave you such a nasty hard time, but you're doing great. And then Steve is going to speak, and Scott will speak last. And if we have any questions, we'll take some questions. You may have questions. I doubt it, but you may have some questions. So, JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. It's good to see everybody. Proud to be part of this team. Proud to be serving the president of the country. Let me just say a couple things. The first of all is the president summarized this very ably. But look, the Iranian conventional military is effectively destroyed. They don't have a navy. They don't have the ability to hit us like they could have even a few weeks ago. And what that does is that gives us options, Mr. President. Now, there's been a lot of reporting about diplomatic options, about negotiations. There's, of course, Pete and his team. There are further military options. But what we have now that we didn't have when the president took over just a little over a year ago is the ability to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. Because when I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what? And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people? That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time, is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president is doing this. That's why the president cares so much about this particular issue. I'll let Steve talk a little bit about the details of the negotiation, but the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Marco is I'm very mindful, of course, that we have a lot of folks overseas fighting very ably for the United States of America. I know Pete and the whole team, we're very proud of them, but they're fighting at a time where we are about to enter as Christians the most important week of the Christian calendar, the Holy Week that celebrates the return of Jesus Christ to Jerusalem. And so I want to say to all of my fellow American Christians, but particularly those serving in the Gulf, that I wish you all a very blessed Easter, a very blessed Holy Week, and we continue to stand behind you and continue to support you every step of the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Marco?
The most important job any president has is to keep the American people safe. And every president says it, but we have a president that means it and does something about it. As the president outlined very clearly to the world on the night this operation began, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. For 47 years, Iran has been killing Americans and attacking Americans across this planet. And other presidents had an opportunity to do something about it. And they all warned about how Iran was dangerous, but they refused to act. And this president's not someone that's going to refuse to act. He's not going to leave a danger like this in place.
I love what he just said. I'm going to put it back a little bit so we can hear that. We have been at war with them for 47 years. For those of you on the left that say, oh, I thought Trump said no more wars. This is not a new war. This has been going on for 47 years. The Islamic Republic has declared war against America and Israel 47 years ago.
For 47 years, Iran has been killing Americans and attacking Americans across this planet. And other presidents had an opportunity to do something about it. And they all warned about how Iran was dangerous, but they refused to act. And this president's not someone that's going to refuse to act. He's not going to leave a danger like this in place. He's going to address it, and that is what he is doing.
Love it.
From the very first night of this operation, the president made it very clear. People like this, and now what I'm talking about is not the people of Iran. The people that run this country are radical Shia clerics. These are religious fanatics. Look what they are doing now. At their weakest point, this is the weakest Iran has ever been, and look at what they're doing. They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world.
Absolutely.
By the way, the president's not just doing a favor to the United States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the goal was. We were going to destroy Iran's navy, and that is happening. We were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it. We were going to destroy their missile launching capabilities, and we're well on our way to achieving that goal. We were going to destroy the factories so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones, and that is moving forward. Every single objective the president clearly laid out on the first night of this operation is being effectuated. Again, Pete will speak to the specifics of it. This has been an incredibly successful operation. Every day, it may not get covered because, we're unlike them. We're not bombing embassies and hotels. We're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War lets the drummer get wicked over every portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do, and if they have a nuclear weapon, as the Vice President pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future, and that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
Thank you, Marco. It's very interesting because yesterday I was watching, is it Anthony Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it. But they didn't do it. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. For 47 years, Marco, that's the number, 47. I guess now it's 48 because we've been saying 47 for a long time. It's probably 48. But
it is 48. They've been at war with us for 47, now 48 years, let's call it. And they've been trying to develop weapons, spending all that money on it, right? And doing it. And they killed soldiers, American and Israeli, and they've been killing anybody they can in the West, Western countries. Now, they realize in the last 5+ years that their money is better spent brainwashing people. So they've been brainwashing people, and it's worked on the leftists in all the Western countries. They got the people on the left who hate themselves and hate their countries. And so you see the people on the left talking about white guilt and talking about our country, America is the worst country in the world. It's like, dude, if you don't like it so much, leave, go to another country. Islamic Republic got people to hate themselves. If you love the Islamic Republic so much, go to an Islamic country and live there, bro. Leave us alone.
48 years. Every president should have done this. And some are saying now that they made a big mistake in not doing it, but we're taking care of business. Steve Woodcock, please.
Think about it. Islam has spent all this money brainwashing us. They learned it's better money. Their money is better spent that way. They have us hating, not us. They got the lefties believing in this nonsense, and actually a lot of people on the right. You see even people on the right, left more, but also now people on the right not only hate themselves, hate their country, they hate Jews blindly. This is Islam. Islam has brainwashed everybody on the planet, in Western countries mostly, to hate themselves and hate Jews blindly. It's plain as day to see.
Mr. President, it is my distinct honor.
And by the way, I'm not Jewish. Sorry, I'm not Jewish. But it's so obvious. Guys just running around hating Jews. Why do you think you had people in these colleges running around saying free Palestine? They don't even know a single thing about the Middle East. Think about it.
To report to you and your team on our negotiations with Iran. Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic resolution with Iran prior to Operation Epic Fury, which we did. However, it became quite clear during these meetings with the Iranian negotiating team that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer, no stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range.
Pete Hegseth, please.
Mr. President. I'll start kind of where you left off, Mr. President. Thank you for doing the work of the free world and having the courage to step up and stop the Iranian terror regime from holding the world hostage. That's really what it is. And 27 days ago, Iran had a modern military. Never in recorded history has a nation's military been so quickly and effectively neutralized. Operation Epic Fury is not an endless war. It's a decisive campaign with clear objectives to destroy Iran's offensive military capabilities and ensure they never obtain a nuclear weapon. This is stuff for the history books. This is stuff for legacy. Mr. President, you are acting now to ensure future generations do not have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran. However, you wouldn't know it if you listened to the dishonest hate Trump media, as you referenced. The folks here in the room, these cameras, they have a choice. You're either informing the American people of the truth or you're not. Because I hear it from my people every day. Behind every headline you write, there's a helicopter crew in the air. And behind every news banner you write, there's a battalion on the move. And behind every fake news story, there's an F-35 pilot executing a dangerous mission. My message to the media is get it right. This actually isn't something new to me. I may be a young guy, Mr. President, but I'm not a rookie in this realm. In 2007, I helped lead the surge, the public fight for the Iraq surge. Stood and watched people stand in the Senate and declare the war is lost before it even started. Who was that? It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working hand in glove. Back then it was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This is not parity. This is not chaos. This is success, pure American success, on plan, and as the president said, ahead of pace. Over 10,000 enemy targets destroyed, over 140, I think now you're right, Mr. President, over 150 naval vessels sunk, underground facilities destroyed, their defense industrial base in shambles, and overnight, not only do they not have a Navy, Mr. President, they no longer have a Navy commander. IRGC's Navy commander was killed overnight in operation. So no Navy leader. Now that here's the thing about the media though, if President Trump had not acted, you'd be screaming, why not? And now that he has taken decisive action, you're asking, well, why did you? It's the same old tired playbook, TDS in your DNA. But the hardworking, God-fearing, patriotic Americans out there know better. And you alluded to this, President Obama, Mr. President. Here's a fact that you don't hear on your networks, that we know. Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we're systematically destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack Obama flew into Tehran under the Iran deal. You might call it an inconvenient truth. Iran took our money and turned it into weapons and bunkers and ammo. And now we're destroying those weapons and you're righting, Mr. President, that grievous wrong. And make no mistake, we had to act. And our objectives are clear. No nukes, no Navy, and a complete dismantling of their missile program and defense industrial base. And as Marco pointed out, that mission, and the VP as well, has not changed since day one. Yet, 2 days ago, they shot 2 failed missiles on a target 4,000 kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from Iran. Washington, D.C. is 3,300 kilometers from Venezuela.
Yep.
Another country President Trump did something about that partnered for a long time with Iran. So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr.
You guys that are watching, if you're on the left and you're asking what the hell, why are we in this war? Iran's not a threat. Iran this, Iran that. Listen, Iran was in Venezuela. Venezuela, if Iran had these, well, we now know their missiles go 4,000 kilometers from Venezuela. That hits the U.S., guys. Literally, that hits U.S. Now put a nuclear warhead on there and no good.
President. A-10 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them, and Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left. Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone. Their command and control is shattered, their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers, while their mid-level commanders are being crushed in the field. The morale of their fighters plummeting, and we see that disconnect daily. They're privately admitting, as you said, Mr. President, very heavy losses. We know that. President Trump has given us a clear mission. Our capabilities are only going up and Iran's are plummeting. We are here to win, and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we appreciate your efforts. We pray for a deal and we welcome a deal, and we have the ultimate deal maker to make it happen. But in the meantime, as I said yesterday, the Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by other means. And finally, I want to thank our incredible troops, our pilots, crews, sailors, refuelers, air defenders, the absolute best of America, the real 1% of our country. This President Trump has your back. And I know this cabinet prays for you every single day, and we ask the American people to do the same as they continue in this mission. God bless. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. It's great. I think before I ask Scott to say a couple of words,
A couple of words on this comment. It says, will you invade every country in South America? Look, genius, we didn't invade their country. We went in there and snatched their leader. And by the way, if we get rid of the Islamic regime, we won't have to go and snatch anything or do anything like that. Unless China and Russia want to come and post up in our backyard, then we're going to put a stop to it. That's what you do. That's right. You got to stop the threats. Keep America safe. That's part of being America first.
great if
Not like Barack Hussein Obama, who gave plane loads of money to the Islamic regime to go build their nuclear weapons.
People like the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois would say, please come in and stop the crime. A beautiful young lady was killed the other day, and the father was a very good friend of Dan Scavino. And he took it very hard. Dan took it very hard. Like the father, friends. They grew up together. And it's a young lady whose life would be saved if we did what we did as an example in Washington, D.C., which is now a safe city. All the time, people come up to me in the building, people that work here, they say, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. They're able to walk to work. They walk to work. You all walk to work. Some of you were mugged. I know you told me stories. Some of you were mugged. One person in particular was viciously mugged in the group right here. It's not happening anymore. You have a safe city. Louisiana, the governor of Louisiana called me, could you help me with New Orleans? They just had the Mardi Gras. He said it was the safest Mardi Gras we've ever had. Sounds terrible to say. No murders. You know, it sounds like, who would say this? No murders. But they always had murders. They had a lot of crime during Mardi Gras. He said virtually no crime. We had the troops down there. Memphis, Tennessee, I just got back. We were there. Crime is down 75%. In a short period of time, we're there 5 months. We could do that for Chicago. We could do that for New York. We could do that for L.A. And we could do that for, frankly, San Francisco. I know that.
Please do that for LA. Please do that for San Francisco. Please. Our leaders, I'm in Southern California. Our leaders in LA are absolute joke. They're an absolute, it's a travesty, bro. They've been destroying LA forever. San Francisco, San Jose, they're gone, bro. That's going to be a big one, but Trump can do it.
They have a mayor who's trying very hard. He's a Democrat, but he's trying very hard. But we can do it much more effectively because he can't do what we do. He can't take people out from the city and bring them back to the country from where they came, where they were in prisons. They were allowed to go in prisons. They were drug dealers, the highest level drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders. We do things that they can't do. I had friends calling me up from San Francisco. Could you give him a chance? I said, absolutely.
You're in NorCal. You agree, right? San Jose, San Francisco, they're gone, dude. They're gone. And those of you saying, please, get rid of the Iranian regime, we're going to get rid of them. Don't listen to the noise of making a deal and this and that and all this stuff. I know everyone's got their, feelings going all over the place. We're getting rid of the regime. All of us, and America, Israel, and Iranians themselves have created the Iranian Immortal Guard. And within the country now that the regime is weak, Iranians are rising up themselves in the country, and they're also doing it. So everyone's going to get rid of this regime. It's gone.
We'll give him a chance. He's trying. He's doing okay, but we could do much better. We could make it a lot safer than it is. San Francisco, a great city, was a great city, could quickly become a great city again. But, they're going very slowly. I tell my friends they're very substantial people. They're in a certain business where people have made a lot of money. I hope that lasts. But they have a tremendous potential. It was one of the greatest cities in the world. Now it's got a lot of crime. And the mayor is really trying. Again, a Democrat trying. And I spoke to him. He just wants to have a chance. And I said, we'll give you a chance. But we can solve it very quickly. This young lady would be around today if we were around, because we have nobody coming through our border. Literally for 9 months, it's zero. It's hard to believe that number can be possible because millions of people came in through Biden. But nobody even tries. We don't have the caravans of thousands, 25, 30,000 people pouring into our border. They come up in caravans. We don't have caravans anymore. There's no such thing anymore. There's a name that I think I developed, but somebody developed it, but I think it was me. I thought it was inappropriate. Thousands of people would come up and just barge into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And this man came in, Dan, right? And he came in through the ridiculous open border of Biden. If we were there, the election was rigged. What are you going to do? Came back, big comeback. But if we were there, we wouldn't have had people coming through. It's amazing. You know, it's so easy now because everyone knows they're not getting through. We don't have any caravans. Once they know that, when it was easy to come through. When I heard that they had an open border policy, I said, boy, this is going to be, I couldn't believe it. But when it was actually, you know, it dawned on me because I had built 1,000 miles of wall and we were finishing up some and he didn't want to finish it up, Biden. I said, they really do want to have an open border. And we got it finished. But that young lady would be alive today. And she'd be alive for another reason, because we would have the National Guard in Chicago and in New York and in other places. And they love doing it. It's like training, to be honest. It's actually training. I never want to take them out of D.C. I mean, maybe somebody later on will do it, but I never want to take. You know, the people, they look, they say, we feel so good, we feel so safe. We see these beautiful, strong people, and they're so nice. They help. They open the doors for people. They carry bags. They pick up paper when they see paper on the ground. I looked at D.C. Last night. I drove to make a speech, and I drove through, and I said, take me this way, take me that way. The city's clean. The fences are down. You don't have homeless all over your parks. I mean, we had parks. There was no room for anything else other than homeless. It's all clean and nice. And it'll be even more beautiful in a year from now. And we have some projects that are great. This ballroom is going to be something that's so beautiful for the city, so desperately needed by presidents. I mean, now it's no secret the military wanted it more than anybody. It was supposed to be secret, but it became unsecret because of people that are really unpatriotic saying things. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's going to be great. We're building an arc, a triumphal arc, which will be incredible for the city. Incredible. We're fixing up what was the Kennedy Center. I was honored when the board changed the name a little bit. Actually, it shows that the Republican and the Democrats, they work together. It's really something we work together. So I think it's a great symbol, actually. But we're doing a lot of work. That building's ready to fall down. It's in terrible shape. We're closing it. We're going to open it with a bang in less than 2 years. It'll come in under budget, ahead of schedule. That's what I do. It won't be like the Federal Reserve that's costing $4 billion or something thereabouts. Think of it, $4 billion. You know, it's amazing. I said to the group before, I said, everything I do, I get sued. I build under budget, ahead of schedule. I get sued over a ballroom that's going to be the most beautiful ballroom in the country, so desperately needed. You won't have to have tents sitting on the wet White House lawn. If it rains, you get wiped out, to honor the president of China or the president of France or the president of somewhere. You can have the greatest. We get sued by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They don't know what they're doing. Then I just found out we got sued by that group and another group, I guess, on the.
Guys, thank you for subscribing. Yes, glad to have you. Keela, yes, conservatives, everyone actually, but yes, absolutely. We love Trump. We love Trump. We love America. That's right.
The fixing up of again, I'll use the old name, Kennedy Center, because they're not fixing up Trump Kennedy. It's going to be beautiful when you add the name Trump. But we got sued. And all I'm doing is fixing it up. We're fixing broken marble. We're putting on a roof because it leaks like a sieve. We're fixing steel that's broken. It's the same building, same exact building. We're fixing it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be so beautiful and safe. It's actually unsafe. You had some of those columns on the outside that were painted a fake gold. Now we painted them a beautiful white color. Beautiful cream white, it's beautiful. Everyone said it's so much more beautiful now. Instead of a cheap, you can't imitate gold. See, I'm a gold person, it's all real stuff. You can't imitate it. Someday they'll discover a paint that will look like gold, and the guy's gonna be the richest man in the world. But you can't imitate real gold. It just doesn't, that's 24 karat, which is what this building deserves. But think of it, I get sued because I'm fixing up the Trump Kennedy Center. We're going to make it gorgeous and safe. We're fixing new windows, new this, but just all fix them. I got sued by preservationists. But you know who they didn't sue? The man that took this beautiful Federal Reserve building. That's small, much smaller than the hotel I built. I built the Waldorf Astoria Hotel down the road. And it was a beautiful job for $201 million. It's bigger, I think, than the Federal Reserve building. And it's got rooms and bathrooms, and it's not like just an open office space, which is much cheaper to build. Think of this. I hear he's going to be over $4 billion for a little building. He doesn't get sued by anybody but me. I sue because it's either somebody's very crooked, which has to be, because what happened to all that money? You can't sue. I would have done that building for $25 million. It's going to cost maybe $4 billion, and we have a great new person coming in to take over the Fed. And Kevin may not ever have an office. I don't know if they're going to be able to build. I passed that building the other day. It's a see-through. You know what see-through means? There's no walls up. And they're going to spend. But the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a joke, by the way, they didn't sue that building. They didn't sue anybody. But they sued me, and I build. And by the way, my buildings, it's all donations. Rich people and people are putting up the money. Zero taxpayer dollars. Is that right, Scott? Zero taxpayer dollars.
Crazy.
This stuff is all done for free, and I get sued. This can only happen to Trump. But they don't sue the guy whose interest rates are too high. That's why we call him Too Late. His name is Jerome Powell. We call him Jerome Too Late Powell. And done a terrible job. He suffers from Trump derangement syndrome, as he probably should, because I hit him pretty hard. But so I don't blame him. But they don't sue a man who has taken this gorgeous building, ripped it down from the inside, taking ceilings that are as beautiful as you've ever seen, taking the ceilings down instead of leaving them, taking walls down that were 2 feet thick of solid concrete and plaster, replacing them with 6-inch walls with no insulation. I said, let me ask you, are you going to put insulation in? No, it's not in the budget. Oh. Insulation costs $5. Now you're going to hear the guy next door. If he's next door to me, I'll be able to hear his military plan. I'll know exactly. If Lutnick is in there, I'll say, oh, I know exactly what Lutnick's got planned. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. They've ripped this gorgeous building apart.
Oh my God, bro, this is good. And I got people in the chat going crazy. Lefties in the chat losing their minds, bro. I love it.
And you can never.
Guys, you're watching The Great White Hope right now, guys. Take it in, take it all in. Listen, learn. This is The Great White Hope. Yeah, I got a button for it.
The Great White Hope.
And those of you in the chat talking about Trump, talking shit on Trump, talking shit on the greatest president you've ever seen in your life, you are a Trump hater and you are a beta male.
You are a Trump hater, and you are a beta male. Beta
male.
Beta male.
That's right. We got buttons for you guys, bro. Let's go.
Never build it again. I could, but it costs a lot of money. But a normal person can never build. So you're gonna have crummy little walls, a flat little ceiling eventually. But right now you don't have anything, and nobody sues this guy. And then when Jeanine Pirro, working with Pam and others, has the courage to sue to find out what happened to maybe $4 billion and a building that may never be occupied by Kevin Moore. She may never get there.
It's crazy. They'll never build the building. The guy, Trump is literally putting people in these positions. They literally won't have offices to go work in. They're gonna be in those like makeshift little, what are those little things you used to go to in school? I forgot what they call them. But you guys like that button out here. Let's put it again.
You are a Trump hater, and you are a beta male.
That's right.
We're gonna have to find him some space in the White House. We'll put him in the basement of the ballroom. but when, now think of it, when Janine Pirro and Pam in the group, when they bring a suit, it's like, oh, this terrible thing. And then we have a judge that attacks us. So we've got to get our priorities straight. You know, it's a very sad thing that's happened with the Fed. And then just one other thing very quickly, you have Gavin Newsom in California Railroad. That's 100 times over budget. It's out of control. It was supposed to go from the middle of San Francisco to the middle of LA. Well, now it stops way short of both. It now goes into areas that nobody ever heard of. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget, years and years, maybe decades late. And that's why we have a country that has a lot of problems. You know, we have incompetent people. It's all people. Think of this: Federal Reserve. I would have had that building done for $25 million. I would, if I did it, it was up to somebody else would have done it for more. So maybe 50. But you could have done that building if it was properly done and planned. You would have done that building for, I would have done it for $25 million, and it would be better. It would be better. See this pen right here? This pen is an interesting example. It's the same thing. So this pen is very inexpensive, but it writes well. I like it. But I can't have the pen the way it was. You know what it is. I don't want to give too much publicity, but they do treat me well. Sharpie. So I came here and they have $1,000 pens. And you know, you hand pens out.
Oh, bro, he's making you lefties crazy. Here, look at these lefties. Like, for example, this one right here. Look at this. It says, "You should be deported. You don't look white." These are the same people that want to defund ICE, want no borders, let everyone flood into our country, illegals, criminals, bring them in. They fight more for non-American, for illegals than for their own American citizens. You see that? They want ICE to deport American citizens like myself, but they don't want ICE to go get rid of illegal immigrants. This is the lunacy that we live with, guys. These are your future Gavin Newsom voters. These are the people, this guy right here, this right here, this guy, these people like this, these are Gavin Newsom 2028 or AOC 2028. Let's go.
Now you're handing him to all these people. Sometimes you have 30, 40 people, and they were $1,000 a piece. Beautiful pen, ballpoint.
You can't make this shit up, bro. You can't. It's you guys just write it. It's unbelievable. I'm gonna keep posting these. Hold on.
1,000. It was gold, silver, gorgeous. But I'm handing out to kids that don't even know what they're. What is this, mommy? It's kids. They're getting a pen for $1,000.
Oh, this is the beautiful one. Now and then they go, "No, I'm independent." Look, this person just put, "I'm independent." Yeah, sure you are, buddy. Sure you are, bro. Yeah, exactly. Just like everyone else, they went from Ukraine flags to Palestinian flags to this flag to that. I mean, you can't keep up. No, I'm not this. No, I'm not that. Now they're what? They're democratic socialists. You can't keep up with them. They're shapeshifters, bro. Every 2 seconds there's something else, and they love to create things that you can't understand me. I'm non-binary. You don't even know what that is. I'm not a man. I'm a woman, but I'm a woman that likes men. But I don't like men, but now I like women, but now I like men. So wait a minute. So you're a guy that is a woman that is not liking men, but wait, you're just gay, right? Or which one is it, bro? We can't keep up.
It is. And I feel guilty
Can't
because
keep
I'm
up.
like, I'm by nature, I don't, it's the government. I love the government like I love myself economically. I want to save money.
Just there's nothing wrong with being gay. Just be gay. Why do you have to be a man who's a woman who I honestly, I'm confusing myself.
So I'm saying this is crazy. And it
So
had another
sad,
problem.
bro.
They didn't write well.
People are lost.
So I take it out and I sign and there's no ink. And I got all you people looking and you're saying there must be something wrong with Trump. And I'm signing and there's no ink in the pen and it costs $1,000. This one I called the guy. I said, I'd like to use your pen, but I can't have a gray thing with a big S on it saying Sharpie. As I'm signing a $1 trillion airplane contract to buy brand new fighter jets, brand new B-2 bombers, of which we just ordered plenty. I can't do that with the press. Use your pen, but I like the pen the best, but I'll sign it. I could do like Biden did, give it to somebody else to sign or an auto pen, or maybe sign it separately in another room, but I can't use your pen. He said, well, I can make it nicer. I said, what can you do? He said, I'll paint it black. I said, that's nice. And I can even paint the White House on it, sir, if you like.
It's so good. I love it when he does this and he just talks about random things like a pen. It makes the lefties go crazy. I absolutely love it. And then they love to say, like earlier this, oh, look, he's talking like a toddler again. No, he's actually talking to you like an actual human. After 4 years of someone non-existent, didn't even come out. The guy was pretty much out cold for 4 years. Joe Biden, your president that you voted for, was non-existent. We had no idea what the hell was going on. Nobody knew. He wasn't even running the country. That's why AutoPen, the picture of the AutoPen is up in the White House instead of his own picture, because that was who was running the country, AutoPen. Who is running AutoPen? Who knows? Pick a cabinet member. Maybe his so-called doctor wife. Yeah, right, bro.
In gold. Almost real gold. Not bad. And I can even do your signature, sir. And by the way, this was not staged. I just saw the pen sitting there, and I thought of this as an example of how $25 million spent by me at the Federal Reserve Building would be a better job than $4 billion that they're spending. And you know, one of the things that Kevin Warsh told me, he said they ripped down the nicest building. I don't know what building they're talking about. They ripped down a building, Scott, right? Kevin Warsh said it's the most beautiful building in Washington. He said the most beautiful space. They ripped it down. Why did they do that? I don't know. Do you know what he's talking about? Is it true?
Yes, sir.
They ripped it down. We have a moron at the Fed. Who wouldn't be
I love it.
lowering interest rates?
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
They ripped it down. We have a moron at the Fed. Who wouldn't be lowering interest rates right now? But I want to thank Janine Pirro and Pam and her group for having the courage to bring this suit. And I believe that the contractor on that job is probably one of the richest men in the country right now. I believe that it's not possible to spend that kind of money. 3 billion, 4 billion, nobody knows, nobody has any idea what it is. But it's over 3 billion, and it's probably going to be over 4 billion by the time they finish. And it may never get finished. Unless I take it over, I'll get it finished. But it can never be what it was. It's never going to have those beautiful ceilings. It's never going to have those incredible walls. The walls were 1.5 feet thick of solid masonry. They ripped them down for no reason. And I just gave you the story. And just to finish on this one, so I told that story to somebody and said, yeah, but it's not the same thing. I said, you're right. This one is better. It writes. So the guy said to me, you don't have to pay me, sir. I'll give them to you for nothing. I said, no,
I love
I don't
it.
want that.
I love
Let
it.
me pay you. I want.
He's still talking about I love this. Lefties are losing their minds. Let's go.
No, sir, you don't have to. You're the president of the United States. He was shocked. The head of Sharpie gets a call. I don't even know who the hell he is. He said, is this really the president? He said, no, you don't have to pay me, sir. This is such an honor. I said, nope, I want to pay you. And he said, what would you like to pay? I said, how about $5 a pen? He said, that's all right. Whatever the hell we agreed to. Peanuts. As opposed to 1,000. And these were $1,000 pens. And we were giving them out. Sometimes, you were there for signings. I'd have 30, 40 people standing behind me. I'd give out 40 pens to people. Then somebody would say, could I have a couple extra? This way I go like this. Here, you want 5? Here, I take 5. But the bottom line is, they're better pens. It's a business story. So for $5, could be 0. But for $5,
God, I can't, dude. I love it. Keep going, Trump. Keep
I get
going,
a much
bro.
better pen than for $1,000. And I can hand them out. And actually, they become hot as a pistol. So what can I tell you? Yeah. With that, could I give it to, please, a man who's done a great job at Treasury, Scott? Good luck, Scott.
I love it.
Well, sir, as always, you're a tough act to follow, but that is very illustrated. Your economic leadership has made our military mission possible. Mr. President, national security.
And here you got Scott Bessent, the first openly gay cabinet member. Yeah, that's under Trump. The same guy that you guys say is racist, the same guy that you guys say hates the LGBTQ community. Yep, there you go. Yeah, what about that? What about that now? Yeah, that's what I thought.
As you always say, is economic security. Your leadership has shown the American people that there is no prosperity without security. That our mighty military on one side, but the U.S. economic strength is fighting off this evil regime. The Iranians
Scott is adorbs. I love it. He's also smart, and he knows what he's talking about. If you ever listen to this guy, he knows what the hell he's talking about.
believe they are fighting a two-front war. It is the military war that our great warriors are prosecuting, but on the other side, they are trying to take control of the global economy through a choke point that we believe does not exist and that we will overcome. Your historic Operation Epic Fury seized a generational opportunity to demolish a regime that has coordinated over 4 decades of global terror and claimed thousands of American lives. Many people, especially the Democrats, underestimate the will of the American people for short-term volatility for 50 years of safety that we are going to have on the other side of this. And I believe energy prices will be lower, inflation will be lower before we had the appearance of security, which is not real security. Now, the American people and the world will have absolute security. Through your maximum pressure campaign, Treasury has worked to uncover all financial lifelines through the regime and cut them off. You gave that order last March. This was not something that happened overnight.
Thank you, beautiful Bill. He says, Medi, you notice there's no men wearing dresses on Trump's cabinet?
This is something that has been contemplated for almost a year. The Iranian financial system collapsed in December. We have systematically weakened Iran's ability to fund operations and procure weapons, and that required months of preparations. Threats to American national security have no place in the global economic system. The oil market is well supplied. We've taken actions to ensure oil supplies stranded at sea are made available to the.
Here we go. The nonstop questions about Epstein files now that Trump is president. You guys had your own president. He didn't put out not even one Epstein file. Under Trump, you got millions, right? Millions of files. Did you read a single page? Huh? The only president that gave you the files. That's what I thought.
Global market. Your bold actions like the Development Finance Corporation's Maritime Reinsurance Program in conjunction with Central Command will soon provide shippers through the Gulf region with a level of security we have never seen before. Mr. President, we are starting to see more and more movement in and out of the Gulf today, and this is more than yesterday, and this is the beginning. I am confident that shipping traffic will continue to increase on a daily basis even before we secure the straits. Turning to the home front, the U.S. economy remains strong. We had a strong economy thanks to you. We are the best insulated in the world thanks to your energy efforts in term 1 and term 2. The U.S. is an energy superpower. American workers' purchasing power is finally being restored. The latest figures indicate robust real compensation increases. We are starting to see the working family tax cuts benefits bearing fruit this tax season. 44% of tax returns have claimed at least one of your signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. The average tax refund is up more than 10% for working Americans. The economy you vitalized through your pro-growth policies is well positioned to withstand these temporary disruptions. The United States dollar has reasserted itself as a safe haven asset. The US dollar has appreciated since the hostilities began because everyone knows, thanks to your efforts, the US economy is the best position in the world and capital is flowing in. Efforts to reprioritize economic security.
Hell yeah, bro. Good to have you on the channel, man. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for subscribing, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.
are ensuring the United States remains secure, resilient, and prepared for the challenges ahead as we approach the 200.
Shaheen, to you as well, bro. Thank you. Dammit again, bro. Love you guys. Thank you so much. By the way, if you're on Instagram and you want to jump on to YouTube, we got 1,600 people right now live on YouTube if you want to chat. It's a very active chat, more active than the Instagram chat right now.
150th anniversary, America will never be safer and more secure militarily and economically. Thank you.
I just want to ask you a question. Is this guy central casting? I'm looking at him. I'm in Treasury. He might not.
Now, right now, Trump is talking about the person he elected, the openly gay Scott Bessent. That's who he's talking about. Is he central casting? Meaning, he's a handsome guy. He's a good-looking guy. It is what it is. Look, this is Trump. Let me repeat it for you. Hold on.
I just want to ask you a question. Is this guy central casting? I'm looking at him. I'm in Treasury. He might not be so good for war. I don't know. No, I'm looking pretty good.
He says he was. Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me go back. Wait a second.
Where do you get those glasses?
Wait a second. Hold on.
I'm looking at your question.
Militarily and economically. Thank you.
I just want to ask you a question. Is this guy central casting? I'm looking at him. I'm in Treasury. He might not be so good for war. I don't know. No, I'm looking pretty good too. I'm looking at this guy. He's central casting. Even the glasses are perfect. Where do you get those glasses? I think I'm going to get glasses like that.
Oh my God.
That's beautiful. Great job. That's really good. No, he's done a great job, and you all have. Proud of you.
How do you not love President Trump, bro? Oh my God. And then again, they're gonna call him. They call him all these different things. President Trump is this, is that. He hates LGBT. He hates that. He's racist. He's all these things. Their TDS is like completely shutting them off. They're completely blocked anything they can't see straight.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. President,
Love
are
it,
you
dude.
going to go in for the uranium? Like, how do you secure Iran? And
Let's assume I was or I wasn't. Why would I ever answer a question?
Can you accomplish
What
your goals
kind of a
without it?
question? Am I going to go in for the? Oh yeah, I'm going in. We're going in tomorrow at 3:00. How could you possibly ask a question like that and expect an answer? I don't know, but I don't know. I think you're a friendly person too. It's just such a ridiculous question.
Mr. President, yes,
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a report that potentially the U.S. is looking at diverting some munitions, air defenses that were meant for Ukraine to the Middle East. Is there any accuracy to that? Is that something you're considering?
Well, I'd have to ask you, but we do that all the time. You know, we have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have them in other countries, like in Germany and all over Europe. We have, you know, we're packed, and sometimes we take from one and we use for another. We help Ukraine. Biden started, and he gave $350 billion away. Too much, way too much. And we sell it now to NATO. We sell it to NATO, and they probably give it to Ukraine. Mostly, I think they give it to Ukraine. But we get paid for everything that we give. We don't give anything anymore. It's a tough situation. That whole Ukraine situation, very, very tough. We're working very hard on getting that one solved. It doesn't have any impact on us, virtually nothing. In fact, if anything, I mean, we sell a lot of equipment for that unfortunate war. 25,000 people died last month, 25,000, mostly soldiers. Some in the towns, but for the most part soldiers. They're dying. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's a terrible situation, and hopefully that's going to get settled. You know, I settled 8 wars. And many of them, I think, were more difficult than this one. In theory, they were more difficult, but there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen it before, but I've never seen it maybe to this extent. And I think that's calming down a little bit, and I think we have a chance of getting it done. But it doesn't affect us. Thousands of miles away. That's why when I heard the head of Germany say, "This is not our war," about Iran, I said, well, Ukraine's not our war. We helped, but Ukraine's not our war. I thought it was a very inappropriate statement to make. But he made it. You can't erase it. But he felt that way. I said, well, Ukraine's not our war. And it's not, but I would like to see all those young people stop being killed. I mean, they're being killed. It's like a slaughterhouse. What's happening there is horrible. 25,000 on average. Last 2 months ago was 31,000 people died in 1 month, Marco, right? I said, it's getting crazy. It's getting worse. Think of it, 31,000 soldiers, both Russian and Ukraine, died 2 months ago, 25,000 last month. And if I can solve that, it would be a great honor to do it. I wish it could have gone faster. I solved other ones in 1 day that have been going for 32 years. We stopped one that was starting, it was already started, India and Pakistan, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, a very fine gentleman, said President Trump solved something that was going to cost 10 million lives. That was going to cost a lot of lives, 2 nuclear nations. And those were complicated, but we got them done quickly. This one is, it's a shame. And the only reason I'm doing it, frankly, is because I want to stop death. I want to stop the death from happening. I think I'll get it.
Yep. Again, people say, what happened? I thought he said no new wars. No, he's not starting a war. He's ending a war that's been ongoing for 47, now 48 years. That's what's happening. Iran, Islamic Republic government, the Islamic Republic has declared war against America and Israel 47 years ago. I know, my parents are from Iran.
To go with a man that I've missed, Brian. I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. He's been in a very strange location. I don't know. He's had a strange thing happen. But anyway, go ahead, Brian.
Well, good to see you too. Actually, good to see the new card cabinet going on. Good to see you too. You talked about gas prices coming down.
Yeah.
Obviously, they will. But would you ever consider suspending the federal gas tax in order to kind of temporarily alleviate some?
Well, some people should do that. As an example, in California, every time prices go down, his prices go up because the gas tax is bigger than the tax itself, bigger than the product itself. It hasn't. I mean, we've thought about it, I guess, but honestly, when I did this, I knew it was going to be a little bit. We had the greatest economy ever. We had the greatest stock market in history. I said, we're going to take a little bit of a hit, a short-term hit. It's going to end up going much higher than it was, in my opinion. I said we're going to have a great stock market. Nobody thought we could get to 50,000 or 7,000 in the respective indices. Nobody thought that was going to happen, but it did.
Same here. I'm in Trump too. I'm in Trump. I'm in Southern California, so we would love to see new leadership in California, or at least on the way out, if they could lower the gas tax. Our gas prices in California are higher than the whole nation because California believes they can tax us to hell, tax us out of their debt, out of our debt that they created. They need to reduce the spending and reduce the taxes. They'll get more people, more money-making businesses to develop here. I don't know if you're going to get back the businesses that we lost, but at least we can, develop more businesses that will make money and provide more tax revenue with lower taxes. That's how that works.
In the first year, they said it couldn't happen in 4 years, that you wouldn't hit 50 in 4 years, but you could maybe get close. We hit it in the first year. And I said, this is a good time to solve a problem that you had to solve. And that's what I did. But the gas tax, people have talked about it. It's something we have in our pocket if we think it's necessary.
And if I can follow real quickly, you just recently took off, Secretary Duffy, 17,000 truckers off the road that quite frankly could not speak English, which is a safety issue.
Yeah.
Could we ever extend that to Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, cab drivers, for someone who takes a lot of Ubers? A lot of my drivers can't speak English.
Well, that's not good. I didn't like that. Go ahead, John.
So that's a really good point. The problem is that our states are the ones that issue these licenses. So with commercial driver's licenses, we do have some federal control. But again, we have thousands of people who can't speak the language, long-standing rule, and it's a safety issue, right? If you can't understand road signs, if you can't communicate with law enforcement when you're pulled over, and communicate what's on your rig. Huge problem. But the last administration, Mr. President, they let truck driving schools self-certify that they were qualified to train truck drivers. And so this is like the Leering Center. So you pay $800 and you get a certificate that you passed a CDL driving school, and again, they have no skills. They don't have the knowledge, and they don't have the skills. They haven't gone through any of the testing. And then they get licenses, and they're killing Americans on our roads. So it's remarkable, the rot that the last administration allowed to take place. We are ending that, and I need partnership with our states. Even California started to come on board. Even Gavin has started to play ball with us, which is surprising. Not all the way, a little bit of ball.
Mr. President,
You know, it's interesting because I just saw something that the nursing home business and the daycare centers in particular, they went out and inspected them in Minnesota, and they didn't exist. They're knocking on the door. He happens to be a young man, Nick, nice young man. He's done a very good job. They're knocking on doors. It's like homes, and they're getting hundreds of thousands of that. They didn't exist, and in California, it's worse. It's even worse. And I spoke with Russell Vogt. I said, Russell, don't send them any money. He said, but we have a court order that we have to. Can you believe it? A judge. The judges are really hurting this country. Our judges, Justice Roberts doesn't like when I say it, but the judges are really hurting this country. And frankly, the justices, the Supreme Court, has really hurt our country too. Yeah.
Mr. President, do you have a new deadline, given that there are some talks now? Do you have a new deadline before taking?
No, I'll announce it. I mean, right now, you're talking about a deadline for doing some pretty big damage, even bigger than we've done. We'll see. Look, we have very substantial talks going on with respect to Iran, with the right people. You know, I told you about a present, right? Steve, can I reveal the present?
You can do anything you want, sir.
They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats of oil, 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news, and they said, a very good anchor, actually, happened to be Fox. But I watched it, and he said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. Yes. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right. I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
there were 2 illegal immigrants who were arrested at San Francisco airport for ignoring deportation orders. At the same time, as you highlighted, really great reception from American travelers for ICE agents. Is there a PR aspect of this that can allow future deportations to go on with less protesting, less outrage?
Yeah, it's amazing, because by putting ICE there, look, the press was very unfair to ICE. So was everyone else. These are great American patriots. They have a tough job. They have to find murderers and take them out of our country. I wouldn't want to do it. You wouldn't want to do it. Most people wouldn't want to do it. They do it. And, 11,888 murderers. And that's murderers. That's not drug dealers. That's not lots of other things. It's not people from mental institutions. Entire jail populations were released from major countries and let into our country through the open border. And ICE has done an amazing job. I wouldn't want that job. It's a tough job, dangerous job. So what happens is, by putting them at the airport, and I did say, do me a favor, take off your masks, and they did. For that, not for when they're looking for some, cold-blooded killers and they're in the Navy. But for that, and they did, they took them off. And the passengers, I see the interviews of people, they're saying, these are nice people. One person said, he's a very strong man, but he's a nice guy. He grabbed my bag. He helped a woman with a bag that she couldn't lift. And I'll tell you, I don't want to use the word rehab because there was nothing to rehab, but rehab from the press, because the press is so tough on him. And these crooks in Minnesota, these crooked politicians and dirty cops, they're dirty politicians. Waltz is a dirty, crooked politician. The Attorney General is a crooked guy. He's no investigations, and I hope JD's going to do a great job. He's in charge of it now with somebody who's very talented. But I think it's easy stuff. They say $19 billion, think of it, is missing. $19 billion. If we would solve half of the fraud problem, Pam, in this country, we would have more than a balanced budget. We'd have a surplus. And in the case of Minnesota, it's very Somalia-oriented. Think of it. These people come from a crooked country, disgusting country, one of the worst countries in the world. Acknowledged to be one of the worst countries in the world. Some people say it's the worst. They have no money, they have nothing. They come to our country, low IQs, and they rob us blind.
Yep.
Stupid people. And they rob us blind because we have crooked politicians and we have dirty cops.
Oh.
The Attorney General's a dirty cop. It's my opinion.
Yep.
It's only my opinion.
Yep.
And something should be done about him. Let's see what kind of job he can do.
I love it.
Do you think Iran should be able,
Excuse me?
should Iran be able to charge a toll for the Strait of Hormuz? They're charging some vessels to go through.
Oh, yeah. Well, should they be able to? I mean, they shouldn't be able to, but they're doing it a little bit. I don't know. Look, their capability is a lot less than it was 2 weeks ago. And with every week and every day, frankly, it gets less and less. All I can tell you is they're begging to make a deal. So let's see what happens. We may make a deal. Tell me about mail-in ballots. Go ahead. You mean I used a mail-in ballot? You probably said, yeah, I did. You know what? Because I'm president of the United States, and because of the fact that I'm president of the United States, I did a mail-in ballot for elections that took place in Florida, because I felt I should be here instead of being in the beautiful sunshine taking.
You were in Palm Beach, sir, the last few weekends.
That's right, and I decided that I was going to vote by mail-in ballot because I couldn't be there, because I had a lot of different things. But we have exceptions for mail-in ballots. You do know that, right? So if you're away, we have an exception. If you're in the military, we have an exception. If you're on a business trip, we have an exception. If you're disabled, we have an exception. And if you're ill, if you're not feeling good, whatever. So I was away, mostly in Washington, D.C., so I used a mail-in ballot. But I appreciate the question because I know it was so well-meaning. Yeah.
Mr. President, I actually just looked up the company that owns Sharpie, and the stock turned positive after you mentioned it. Question number N.
By the way, they deserve it.
Yeah, question number
It's a good product.
So you gave a 5-day deadline. With oil tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz, is that a condition to move that 5-day deadline?
Well, we don't want anything impeded. We want ships to go through. We don't know that they've dropped any mines, by the way, because we blew up all their mine droppers, right? We blew up every one of them. They're going to have to take them out on a rowboat or something. I don't know how the hell they get out there, but we don't really know. You might speak to it. We don't know. There could be a few of them out there, but that's a lot. If you have $1 billion ship and you get hit by a mine, it's not the greatest thing in the world. So if you think, the problem with that's not like you've decimated a military. If you think there may be a mine, that's a bad thought, and it stops things up. How are we doing in that regard, Peter?
Mr. President, you're right. We have so heavily degraded their coastal defense capabilities and their naval capabilities that any strategic or operational attempts to do those types of things are extremely limited, and we continue to move over the top of that. Now, whether Iran makes a wise choice or not to try to execute that is part of how this deal comes together, but with every passing day, the military pressure that we're putting on them lessens their ability to really hold that militarily at issue.
I mean, the problem with the issue of the Hormuz Straits is this: we've decimated them as a military. No Air Force, no Navy. Very few rockets left. We blew up so many. Hard to manufacture them. Same thing with drones. The leadership is gone. The problem with the Straits is this. Let's say we do a great job. We say we got 99%. 1% is unacceptable because 1% is a missile going into the hull of a ship that cost $1 billion, right? So
Yep.
1% is we can't. If we do a 99% decimation, that's no good. So it's really, a little bit. But I have a feeling it's going to clean up pretty quickly. I could just say this: they want to make, and I probably hurt our little negotiation. It gives them a little impetus to say, well, I wish you didn't say that. But they said yesterday that we weren't negotiating with them, and now they admit that we were negotiating with them. So they want to make a deal. The reason they want to make a deal is they have been just beat to shit.
They've been beat to shit. How do you not love President Trump, bro? He is so relatable. He's a normal person. It's like having a conversation with a normal person. And it's so refreshing after coming off of Joe Biden, man. Wow. Holy cow. By the way, thank you guys for subscribing. We just hit 19K. Thank you.
Iran's oil?
It's an option. I mean, I wouldn't talk about it, but it's an option.
Is that something you thought about?
Well, in Venezuela, we've done very well working with Venezuela, certainly. And we've taken in billions and billions of dollars. And by the way, Venezuela is doing better right now than they've ever done in the history of their country. And it's sort of like a joint venture. But the United States has made a lot of money, Marco, right? With it. Do you want to talk about that for a second?
About Venezuela?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Venezuela in the first 2 months of this year generated more revenue from oil sales than they had most of all of last year. But the money's not being stolen anymore. And it's being held in a U.S. Treasury blocked account. And to the extent it's flowing to the Venezuelan government, it's going to help people, like fund hospitals, pay teachers. It's not
And we
being
get a
stolen.
lot of it. And they got more than they have in many years. Think of it. We get a lot of it. We have a deal. We get a lot of it. We had 100 million, think of this, 100 million barrels we took in the first 2 weeks. 100 million barrels. That's a lot of oil. It's a lot of ships. And we got some and they got some. We paid for the ships. A lot of money left over. And Venezuela has done better now with us. Call it a partner, call it whatever you want. We've made a lot of money, and they've made a lot of money. We've paid for the cost of that military hit many, many times over. And we've only just started. Our relationship with Venezuela has been amazing. The people, actually, I'm the highest polling person. In other words, after the presidency, I think I may go to Venezuela and run for president against Elsie. I may run against Elsie. It's an option. No, they like me in Venezuela, but it's an option for me. It's a wonderful option. Yes.
There's some reports that Gulf allies are concerned about winding down the war too soon and potentially leaving Iran.
Well, they'd probably like us to stay, but
the concern
if we don't stay, look, it's a beautiful thing about airplanes that go 2,000 miles an hour is you can get back there very quickly. If we don't stay, we're going to be protecting them. We know, they've been very good. Hey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, in particular, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, the three of them, Kuwait, Bahrain, they've been 100%. Now, in all fairness, they could have gone the other way. They were surprisingly missiled. They were shot at. Nobody ever thought they'd be shot at. UAE had 1,400 missiles aimed at them. Fortunately, they had the greatest anti-missile weapon in history, called the Patriot. Almost every single missile was shot down. We had an incident recently where 101 missiles were shot at a certain thing that we own that's very valuable. 101 missiles going 2,000 miles an hour. Out of the 101 missiles, every single one of them was shot down in midair and fell into the ocean. It's amazing technology. There's nobody has equipment like we have.
Is it even possible to wind down the war while Iran still has that enriched uranium? Is it even possible?
Well, you're going to have to see, but I think we're in just very good shape. We're roaming. You know what we're doing? You know the word roaming free? We're over their skies with the most beautiful planes you've ever seen. roaming free. There's not a damn thing they can do about it. And it would be nice if, like the fake news New York Times, which writes so fake, and the Wall Street Journal is terrible, terrible. I mean, I read a story today that I'm desperate to make a deal. If I was desperate, he'd be the first to know. Pete, let's get the hell out of there. I'm the opposite of desperate. I don't care. I want to know. In fact, we have other targets we want to hit before we leave. We're hitting them on a daily basis. No, I don't talk about you. I can't talk about specifics. A lot of people said that wouldn't matter. Maybe it does matter. Who knows? But I wouldn't talk. It's like the question this young lady asked. Sorry about I embarrassed her. I don't want to embarrass you because I think I think she's a friendly reporter, so I'm sorry. But I can't say what we're going to do because if I did, I wouldn't be sitting here for long. They'd probably, what is it called, the 25th Amendment? They'd institute the 25th Amendment, which they didn't do with Biden, which is shocking.
The hard question is safe enough to leave the region? Because Steve said that they've got enough uranium to make 11 bombs. That's a very scary thing. So
well, it's again, I can't talk to you about that. You're asking me a question. You're essentially saying, will I go in and do something? I can't talk to you about that.
Mr. President, you're looking at a coalition of ships to help, warships to help protect tankers. How close are you to getting that coalition?
Well, we have a coalition for them, but they should have been up here a long time ago. And they're affected. The amazing thing is we don't need the Hormuz Strait. We don't need it. We don't need it at all. We have so much oil. Our country is not affected by this. We have twice the amount of oil as Saudi Arabia or Russia, and soon it'll be 3 times the amount. Chris, do you want to speak to that for a second?
And that's correct. Our total oil production is greater than Saudi Arabia's plus Russia, and more than we consume in the United States. So we're the largest.
Pretty
yeah,
good.
Pretty
You know what they call it? Drill, baby, drill.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Anything else you want to say?
Well, and same thing for natural gas. We went, before your first term, we were the largest exporter of natural gas in the world. Today, we're just by far the largest. I mean, we're the largest importer. Now we're by far the largest exporter, and it's growing rapidly this year. New facilities are coming online. New production's ramping up.
We're doing an amazing job. We get a lot of help from that man right over there. He's getting approvals done quickly, and
I love it.
Very environmental.
What's up, Nurse Terry? What's up, Random? Good to have you guys.
He's an environmentalist, actually. He does a great job, but he gives you a fast approval or rejection. Do you have anything to say?
Well, back on Venezuela, where Chris and I have both had a chance to be there, I literally think they're going to put a statue to President Trump, and I'm not being, it's not a political statement, it's an actual thing.
So. That would be a great honor.
No, because it's like they view President Trump like Simon Bolivar. He's the liberator of a country, and this is a country where they love American baseball. You look on the street, they're wearing NBA jerseys, and Delcy and her team working with us, getting back. Chris and I both experienced, it was the first time in Venezuelan history that they had the free press allowed to come on to essentially where the White House, the Palacio of Miraflores. Yeah. And it was an emotional thing for people that had been for 20 years had never had a chance to be there. So whether it's and then production, it's showing up in production. The American companies that are coming back, most of those American companies have many American Venezuelan team members. One company in Houston's got 600 Venezuelan Americans that know more about reviving that industry. So their GDP is it 1/4 of what it was before? They want to get back. They remember what it was. Their production on oil production is climbing towards 50% increase just in the 3 months we've been here. That flows to American refineries on the Gulf Coast, lowering the price of gas in America. So it's a
forget that. When are they going to do the statue?
I love it.
You've been pretty honest about how disappointed you are in Sir Keir Starmer, particularly in relation to Iran. So I'm curious about your phone calls with him, how easy they might be. And also, were you surprised by
Are we talking about Starmer?
Yes. And are you surprised by how...
They're talking about Keir Starmer. By the way, do you guys know Keir Starmer? Keir, his first name, do you know what that means in Persian?
I think he's a
look it up. Keir in Persian. Look at that.
Lovely man. I do. I think he's a lovely man, but I think he did something that was shocking. He didn't want to help us, and maybe in particular that country. We were the longest bond, the longest ally. Australia too. Australia was not great. I was a little surprised by Australia. I wouldn't say anybody was great, other than the 5 countries in the Middle East. We never really had very much support. You know, we spend trillions of dollars supporting countries, and this is Little League. This isn't the big league deal. This is sort of Little League pool for us. This was look, we decimated them in a period of a week. In the first week, it was over. In the first few days, it was over. I think the Navy took us 3 days to essentially annihilate that. They weren't there. So if there's ever a big one, which I hope there's not, but if there's ever a big one, I don't think they're going to be there. And that's not fair. And we have to remember that as a country, because we spend trillions of dollars protecting Europe, protecting the countries of NATO. They weren't there for us for small time. This is small time. You know what? Venezuela is a big deal, but it's not the big one.
Yeah, look up Kir in Farsi online. You'll see what it is. Kir in Farsi.
They weren't there. So what makes you think they'd be there if we needed them for something? And your prime minister was not there, as you know. He was there after we won. He said, we'd like to send some ships. I said, we already won. We don't need them anymore.
But can you explain why he was reluctant to help?
Why he what?
Why he was reluctant to help with Iran?
He didn't have to. I didn't ask him. I just said, just tell me no. I mean, we're always going to be there, or at least we were. I don't know about anymore, to be honest with you. I have to be honest. We were always there when they needed help. We always would have been there when they needed help. I mean, think of it. We're there to protect Europe from Russia. In theory, it doesn't affect us. We have an ocean, big, fat, beautiful ocean. But we're there to protect NATO, to protect them from Russia. But they're not there to protect us. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. I tell you, a lot of people were big NATO people. I was never big. I was okay. I got them to pay 5%. By the way, they haven't paid it yet. You know that. You know, I got them to pay 5% from 2% to 5%. They didn't pay it yet. I got them to pay up to 2% because they weren't paying the 2%. Then I got them to pay 5%, which they should be at. And we had a lot of, oh, that was great, great. Oh, only Trump could do it. But the problem is they haven't paid. Because if you look at the numbers, they haven't paid yet. So we were there for them, but they were not there for us. Did we need them? No. I never thought we needed them. I was more doing a test. I said, I really would love to have you come up. Bring your boats. You can sail through the beautiful Hormuz Straits, and you can protect people that are being shot at. They didn't do it. And that's small potatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Trump really put out a test to see who's down, and a lot of these countries failed the test. We don't need their help. We all know, everyone in the whole world knows, America doesn't need anybody's help. We have our military is the #1 in the world, right? Who's #2? The people of America, us, American citizens. Why? Because we have the Second Amendment. We have the right to bear arms in America. We, the people, are the second largest military in the world. After our own military, we're #2. It's so good.
With the king? No. No, he's a friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. As you know, he honored me and our country. He really honored our country. But we had an amazing time. I've known him as Prince Charles. I know him as King Charles. I'm proud of him. He's fighting a tough battle. He's tough. I think he's a fantastic. It has nothing to do with that. It's different. But he's going to be here very soon, as you know. We're going to have a state dinner. It's going to be great.
You're exactly right. Keela says, that's why we will never be invaded. Americans, we are waiting. Bro, please come try to invade our country. We dare you. We dare you. We've been waiting, bro.
But I was very disappointed when the prime minister said, I won't be able to. It started with the island that the indigenous have claimed away from your country. And for some reason, you went for it. And all of a sudden, indigenous people that never saw the place, they never saw it. He was afraid that we would do something to insult. Because he's a liberal. That's the way they think.
Mr. President,
And when we needed the island to land that beautiful B-2 bomber, we were told we can't use it. We'd have to fly back to Missouri, which is
Lefties going crazy in the chat, bro. Look at this. Look this guy. And what country are you from? You sure don't look native to me. You're a effing fool. You're He fucking lost it, bro. He lost it. Oh man.
17
Did you get triggered? Oh.
hour flight, as opposed to a couple of hours. And I said, you gotta be kidding. Not good. They made a big mistake.
Mr. President, is the Friday deadline for Iran, is that pushed back now, or, and if not?
I don't know
what do you
yet.
need to say
I don't know.
on
Mr. Witkoff and JD and Jared will tell me whether or not they think it's going along. And if it's not going along, maybe not. And we have a lot of time. You know what? It's a day. In Trump time, a day, you know what it is? That's an eternity. Say it, what?
European Parliament just passed a major deportation plan. Some of the tenets of it are that member states can deport rejected asylum seekers to third countries regardless of whether they have a connection to it. It allows for detention periods of up to 2 years and also offshore return.
I agree with this. Germany and France are taking the red pill. Hopefully UK next. UK is going to take a while, man. They're far gone, bro. Far, far, far gone. All of their leaders, all the leaders of their biggest cities are Muslim. And the person in charge of national security as of, I believe, August of last year is also Muslim. We're talking about the UK. So they're far gone. But yes, Germany and France, they're trying to get their countries back. UK, they're making a stand, but it's going to be hard because all of the leaders are Muslim. So they're not going to make it easy on them. Australia is also trying, but again, like UK, they were far woke, far left. So we'll see how that goes. Canada too.
Hubs or detention centers similar to ours.
Who did this? Which country?
European Parliament, and the vote was not close. It was 389 in
Good.
favor to 208 against.
I'd vote.
So
I'd vote with them. Yeah.
Europe is where you are now. Do you think that will move the needle with Democrats?
I don't care about the Democrats. The Democrats hate our country. The Democrats are in chaos right now. And they have no common sense. You know, they have one quality that's amazing. They stick together. And it's harder because they stick together in a ridiculous policy like men playing in women's sports, open borders for everybody, including murderers and anybody else that want it. We're open to you. Come in, murderers. You know why they do that? They do that for a couple of reasons, but they do it for votes because they think they're going to vote for the Democrats. Even though I did great with the Hispanic vote, tremendous with the Hispanic vote. You know, I turned that whole thing around. The Hispanics like me and I like them. And you know, it's interesting with the Hispanics. When I built the wall, everybody said, oh, that's going to ruin us for the Hispanic. It was just the opposite. They know all about immigration and they know all about death and crime, and they're smart people and they have common sense. They want.
That's exactly what I was just about to say. Mexicans that come through the Mexican border, they're actually, when he put up the wall or when he fixed immigration, when he said, if you vote for me, I'm going to fix our immigration system and close the border, they voted for him. More Latinos, more Mexicans voted for Trump because they want to be safe. They came to this country, the ones that came here legally, they want to be safe, bro. They don't want to get crushed by illegal immigrants coming across the borders, going into their cities, into their neighborhoods, and committing crimes in their neighborhoods. They don't want that. They want to have a chance to be they came to America because of America, to be safe in America. They just came from Mexico. They don't want the illegal criminals from Mexico to come now into America. That's what they're getting away from. Same thing with Iranians and other people around the world that ran from Islam, Islamic terrorists. They don't want the terrorists to come here now. That's the problem. UK, look what happened. They imported the terrorists, open borders, they went crazy. And look at that town now. UK is gone. It's gone.
Wanted to be protected from the people that were coming into our country. So, you know, I won the election with a very tremendous Hispanic vote, and I think it's higher now than it was then. So,
and talking about statues, you guys were talking about statues in the chat. You're going to see in Iran, bro, they'll have statues, multiple statues of Trump. They already have this, the citizens already put up Trump streets. They already renamed a couple of their streets. The citizens themselves went up and put up Trump's name on the streets. Made the Islamic Republic crazy when they did that. But you're going to see when all the dust settles, when everything clears, when all the smoke is clear, you're going to see Trump statues, Trump streets, made in Trump. You're going to see all that stuff. You'll see. And that's what the lefties hate the most. That's why they're so opposed to this thing. They're so opposed to Iranians being free. Why? Because Iranians now are forever grateful to Trump for freeing them, for liberating them. They're forever grateful. They will be. And Dems hate that. They can't stand anything good that comes to Trump.
We're a party of common sense.
And more so, we're talking about America. They hate anything good for America. They hate America. That's crazy. But Iranians will be forever grateful to America. They'll be forever grateful to the men and women of our armed services. They'll be forever grateful to Israel and the men and women of their military. So, the liberals, the lefties, they can't handle that. It just makes them go nuts. They can't even think straight.
The Democrats are a party of insanity. They're a party that will destroy our country. If I didn't win this election, I believe our country would have been destroyed by now. 1 year, that's all it would have taken. If you had Kamala or Sleepy Joe, either one, it wouldn't have mattered. They're the same thing. Two sleepy people, two stupid people. I believe, and by the way, Gavin Newsom, who is one of the candidates, I believe he took himself out of the running when he says he suffers from mental disability.
Absolutely. The country would have been gone if Trump didn't become president. If we had, imagine if you had Kamala, however you say your name, and Tampon Tim, our country would be gone. They would keep the borders open. They would flood us with illegals, and they would get those votes. They promised people illegals coming into our country, come to our country, we'll give you things for free, but you got to vote for us, and we'll give you things for free. It's the easiest sell, right? Easy, giving people free things to get votes. Very, very easy sell. That's what they were doing.
And a reporter said it was terrible that I talked that way about somebody with mental disability. I said, I have no problem with it, but I don't want a person with mental disability to be my president. I mean, you don't want to have a person with mental disability being your president. And Gavin Newsom said that he can't read a speech. He can't do almost anything. And then he said he's as dumb as all the people in the room, and he got accused of being a racist, which was an amazing set. I thought it was the worst interview I've ever seen anybody give. He's actually a very stupid person. So I believe he's out of the running. I think that statement, that interview, he admitted that he's a stupid person. I don't want a stupid person being president. You know, I'll say it right now. I say it because no press never reports it. I'm the only president that ever took a cognitive test. I took it 3 times. It's actually a very hard test for a lot of people. It wasn't hard for me, but it's a cognitive test. It starts off with an easy question, and by the time you get to the middle, it gets tougher. By the time you get to the end, very few people can answer those questions. They get very tough, mathematical equations and things. I took it 3 times. I aced it all 3 times in front of numerous doctors that I have no idea who they are. And I was told when I went in, they said, Doc Ronnie told me this. My current doctors were fantastic doctors. They said, well, if you take it, you know, it's Walter Reed. It's essentially a public hospital. And if you do badly, it's probably going to get out. But I aced it. I got them all right. And one doctor said, I've never seen anybody get them all right. I've been doing the test for 20 years. I want people, I would love to see anybody that's a president or a vice president or anybody that has any chance of being a president, I would like to see them take a cognitive test, because we had a man in this office that had no clue what was happening. And let me give you a little secret. He wasn't a smart man 30 years ago. And I'll tell you about President Obama. He wasn't a smart man either. I know all about him. He wasn't a smart man, highly overrated. He was a great divider. And our country can't go through that anymore, can't go through. We have done an amazing job. I had to do a little stopover. I call it an excursion. I had to do a little stopover in Iran, and we had to knock the hell out of them because our country would not have been safe. The world wouldn't have been safe. I've done a great favor for the world. The world has not been reciprocal.
Dude, this is crazy. This comment right here. Right here. Look at this. Now American-hating leftists are rallying to keep the Cuban people enslaved because they hate America. Can you believe? So they're Rubio and Trump said they're going to help Cuba, and they said they gave a message publicly to the leader of Cuba, and then the people took their country back, or are taking their country back. And the leftists, what do? They all got on a plane. They went down there to tell the people of Cuba that, no, you're wrong. You don't want your country back. You don't want that. That's not what you really want. You don't mean it when you say that you want your country back. You don't want to be free, do you? Come on now. Don't do that. You don't want to agree with Trump. Don't be free. You don't want to be free. What are you talking about? It's the same thing they did to their voters. That's why Trump won the election. They came out, the people that Democrats were saying, hey, can you improve our immigration system? We also want that fixed. Can you improve our economy? We also want that fixed. And Biden said, no, everything's fine. The economy's fine. I don't know why you're saying that. The economy's good. And then when he couldn't run, we found out the guy's completely gone. They put Kamala Harris, Kamala. And she came and said, oh, no, I won't change a thing. I'm just going to keep running things as it is. And that's what happened. Your own people are telling you what they want, and you go and tell them, no, that's not what you really want. Democrats, your leaders, your Democrat leaders are telling you what you want. And they're hearing you say what you want. They go, no, let me tell you what you really want. That's what's happening.
Because
they did the same thing to Iranians. Iranians in Iran wanted to be free. They've been fighting against their own government that's been tyrannical. It's been terrorizing them for 47 years. They wanted to be liberated. They've been trying to rise up. They've been protesting against it. They want to be free. And the leftists came and said, no, they don't want to be free. No. They don't know what they want. Oh, so you're going to go tell Iranians they don't know what they want for themselves? Now you want to tell Cubans don't know what they want for themselves? What are you guys talking about? These are easy, simple wins. You could simply win all of these people over if you're a Democrat, and say, yes, we understand that. You have been in Cuba. You have been in a communist country getting crushed by your government for all of these years. Yes, we understand that. Wow, we understand you want to be free. How can we help to free? But no, because Trump is doing it, TDS completely crushes their mind, and it blocks every little tiny bit of common sense that can come through, and they can't. There's nothing, dude. You can't. It makes no sense. None of this you can't make any sense out of this. It's absolutely crazy.
He told NATO, where we give billions and billions of dollars, trillions over the years. I said, do you mind coming up and giving us a little hand with the streets? Send up some. They didn't want to get involved. And I believe that's going to cost them dearly. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
He allowed his son. The two countries. And it's working.
After living on the East Coast, there's this, some of you wear some fun.
For Israel and those.
Okay, guys, this is the first day of CPAC. Real quick, this is the first day of CPAC. Today, this is live. This is just happening. This literally is in Texas right now as we speak.
How many are excited to be at the greatest conservative movement in the country?
Let me see who these
and
first.
The greatest country in the world. I believe to make this a great country, we must pray and make it a righteous and holy country again. So if you could stand with me and pray.
So he is the first speaker, and we are now about 30 minutes into this. So I'm gonna go in here. Let me see where we're at here.
Is what you are all part of in being part of the CPAC family.
I just love being here. You know what I call my wife? You know what her nickname is? We call her the Chihuahua. She goes at it and she tells it like it is. And I'm meeting a lot of people in Texas who do the same. You know, we're right in the middle of the action. And if you had your dream of the right person to kick this all off besides you, it would be our next speaker. Our next speaker travels the whole world. He's an anti-globalist, global traveler, kind of like CPAC, going all over the world, helping those who are in need. When they're in need, he doesn't ask them their political views. He just gives them a blanket, he gives them food, he gives them shelter, helps find water, electricity. The CEO of Samaritan's Purse, which is an organization we all respect. You know, so many things have been made political by the left. And it's time that we regain the ground and say, actually, some things just aren't political at all. They're knit into our souls. And it is my great honor to have at CPAC, this wonderful CPAC in Grapevine, Texas, the Reverend Franklin Graham.
About 20-minute drive of here. And so for you folks that are not from Texas, I hope you take advantage of that good barbecue.
By the way, guys, I gotta forward the parts where they sing or they have music or stuff like that because you know the issues with the streaming.
I want to say thank you for Texas for being the #1 oil providing state in America because of President Trump's President Trump's oil policies. Having the Straits of Hormuz closed isn't going to shut off our pumps. We're oil independent, and we thank God for that, and we thank God for those policies. I came here straight from Alaska yesterday, and Johnny Cash sang a song. When it's springtime in Alaska, it's 40 below. Last week, one of the places I was at was 45 below, and it was spring, and I thought of Johnny Cash. It's cold. I was up there, we're getting ready for our 16th year with Operation Heal Our Patriots. This is where we bring wounded veterans and their spouses to Alaska. We take them fishing, we take them bear viewing, but they agree to 3 hours of marriage enrichment classes. So we do that. We focus on the marriages of these veterans. And you know, when you ask some of these veterans, where did you get married? Well, we got married a couple of years ago. How long did y'all date? Well, we dated 2 weeks. Where'd you meet your husband? Well, met him in a bar. And why'd you get married so soon? Well, he was being deployed. And like, none of this makes sense. And you're thinking, okay. So the marriages are not on real strong ground to begin with. And then you have an injury or, where they're missing an arm or a leg or whatever. And then life changes. And it's just tough. So we have chaplains, retired military chaplains that deal with these couples, and we take 10 couples a week, and we do that starting the end of May. We go through the middle of September, and we do that in Alaska. And why we do it in Alaska is because there are no diversions up there. There's no distractions up there.
Yes! What in Persians for Trump? Look at my man! My boy's got the Persians for Trump sign on his shirt. How we doing, brother? What's going on, CPAC?
Damn, bro, they got the Persians for Trump out there at CPAC, and he's out there front row. And he's a dude I had on the show last week. I'm gonna put his video. His video is up on my channel. It's on my live, but I need to make a clip just for him. He's got this huge Persians for Trump, and I have actually an emoji for him. If you're on YouTube watching, by the way, guys, if you're watching on any other platform, on YouTube, we got over 1,000 people watching live right now, and you can see that. But there is, I just put the emoji of him, and he's out there right now. CPAC, let's go.
Who liked seeing ICE in the airport on your way here?
Yeah.
Who says a shout out to our ICE agents? And ladies and gentlemen, this morning is going to be a historic white pill. I have something beautiful for you today to see, a map out just this morning, something that is historic. The net criminal alien migration in all American cities, down some places double digits across the board, including in Dallas, Texas. 52% net negative migration here.
Wow.
That is what we voted for, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
This is what we voted for. I'm sick of the black pilling. I'm sick of people tearing at the movement from the inside. I want victories for our movement. Those victories have to be domestically here at home. So we are going to celebrate those. We're going to celebrate our historic movement this morning. Who's with me? Ready to go? Because this is what our border looked like just 2 short years ago. This was your Texas border. Any Texans in the house?
Wow, look at that.
What did you think when you saw this? Criminal aliens as far as the eye could see. This was a regular day under Joe Biden. This was an invasion. This is not migration. These are criminals, every single one of them. And invasion. Immigration without assimilation is an invasion. It is immoral. It says in Deuteronomy, you must protect your borders, otherwise you will be ruled by the foreigner. It's biblical to want strong borders. And ladies and gentlemen, this morning our borders look like this. Can I get an amen? Look at that, so fresh, so clean. Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you to everybody who made this America First movement possible. Because it was a massive coalition. It was a winning coalition. Look at this. Oh, wow, they have captions on the screen. You can't even see the number. Whoa, now you can just, hey, how are we doing? How's it going? How are you doing?
Wow, look at the drop off, bro.
Check it out. This is the border crossings under Trump, term 1, Biden, term 2. Look at what our movement has done, down to 0.
Wow, look at that. Wow.
Criminal alien border crossings down to 0. Also, foreign-born population collapsing for the first time in your lifetime or mine. God bless President Trump. Also, migration into American states. We are self-sorting as Americans, and red states are winning. People are fleeing blue states. They're coming to great states like Texas and Florida. Can I get a witness? And look at this. 40 billion, yeah, what's up, my Florida people? $40 billion of net migration income to red states. $40 billion lost from Kamala Harris states.
And we are one of them. I'm in Southern California. We are one of them. Wow, dude, that is crazy. And that's why we're not able to balance our budget, bro. That's why California, if California was a company, it'd be bankrupt right now because they raised taxes so much that we had every business move out of California. We lost all that tax revenue. You raise taxes and your tax revenue goes down. That's how that works.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is the America First winning movement. This is what our founders intended, that we get to vote and choose with our feet and our dollars. This, ladies and gentlemen, is federalism in action, and it's a beautiful thing. I would love to since we are talking about the border right now, and I believe we have a special guest very briefly backstage, I would like to welcome out onto the stage our retiring Border Patrol Chief, Greg Bavino, who's here right now, and who I want to give a massive round of applause for delivering, ladies and gentlemen.
I gotta cut that music off, but I see Aquarium's trying to give people sources for his facts that he's spitting out. And here's the thing, bro, you're wasting your time. These lefties in the chat, you know it as well as I do. They're allergic to facts, bro. They're allergic.
Can we put this one back up on screen?
Thank you, Greg.
Look at that. Look what Greg Bavino and his Border Patrol team did. Check this out. And here's an ICE agent.
Damn.
I had to, Benny. Oh, look at it.
Bavino.
Superman's doing a bow. Superman doing a bow to Greg Bavino. This is the work of Greg and his team. Can we get a massive round of applause for our Border Patrol and ICE agents and Greg's work as the chief for our Border Patrol?
Look at that graph, guys. Look at that graph. You're seeing right here, you got Trump first term is down here. And as soon as Biden comes in, look, boom, goes up. This is border crossings, illegal border crossings. Boom, under Biden, shoots up, goes all the way up. Look at this. He's on his way out. He knows he's got to come to an election soon, increases it even more up here to make sure he gets more votes. And then he drops all the way down. And look at under Trump, it is almost non-existent. I think it's 0 now.
And ICE agents and Greg's work as the chief of the Border Patrol. The fake news hate him, libs hate him. This is Darth Vader for those people. He's the biggest bad guy, but he's a hero to us and the America First movement.
Let's go, baby.
Greg, you want to say a few words? You want to just say thank you? He's retiring right now. Let's give him a warm, warm welcome. Greg Bavino, say a few words.
Hey, Benny, thank you. Again, I did retire. I've actually been retired 24 hours now. I left my tribe, folks, but I joined another tribe, and that is you, that conservative CPAC movement, America. Thanks for having me here today. Thank you. Benny, thank you.
Thank you, Bavino. Love you, bro.
Good stuff.
Say it so the fake news can hear you. Let's hear it for Greg Bavino and his incredible job.
I got to cut the music.
Ooh, man. Libs hate that guy. Did you read the New York Times piece that just dropped on Greg Bavino? He's like, I would like to deport 100 million people from this country. Wait a second, there's 100 million criminal aliens here. We gotta get to work. How do we get to work? You know, I'm well aware that there's a lot of debates going on inside of our movement, okay? And this is why I wanna focus on the wins, because I know there are going to be a lot of people with a lot of different opinions inside of our movement, but I want to establish something very clearly here, that your enemy is not the people that you have good faith disagreements with inside your movement. Your enemy is the Marxist, and they're going to be running against us hard in the midterms and in 2028. And so I want to, with a single voice, establish this, that you are my friends. If you believe in a secure border, if you believe that there are only two genders, if you believe in marriage, if you believe that America is the greatest country on earth and that God shed his grace on thee, then you are my brethren. You are my America First movement. And if you believe in deporting communists like Zorhan Mandami and AOC, I don't think we can deport AOC. I don't know. But that's going to be the debate. I know there's a lot of debates going on right now. There's probably plenty of debates in this room. There's a lot of people with a lot of different opinions. And I love that. I welcome that. Isn't that the difference between us and them?
Same here with this stream. I love having everybody's opinion just to hear, get a pulse on what's going on, and to speak and learn and give you guys something that you don't get in your own echo chambers. But Hugh, yes, I think it is generic music. But here's the thing, bro. A lot of times I've let generic music, what I thought was generic, and now we get hit for it.
That it's like totally chill to have a debate with someone if it's in good faith, if you just want the best for the country. If you agree in these core principles, then we should welcome that debate. We should want that debate. The problem is the side that stopped debating and the side that stopped talking and decided that we were less than human, and they got their guns and they started killing.
Yep.
And I'm sick of watching my president get shot in the head. I'm sick of watching my friends die on a live stream.
Yep.
I'm sick of the violence from the left.
Yep.
There's no argument with that. It's demonic, it's evil, we must disavow it, fight it, and defeat it. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not want Charlie to have died in vain. And so I come here with a unifying message. I'm well aware that there's debates online. I'm well aware that there's schisms and there's people who have different opinions and different feelings about what's going on, a lot of it foreign, some of it domestic. But I want to remind everyone how we won in the first place and what the future may have been without us uniting. A reminder. There was Charlie Kirk, who was constantly reaching out to the other side, constantly reaching out to people who disagree with him, constantly bringing people together in our movement who vehemently disagreed. Don't go check on some of the stuff that J.D. Vance said about Donald Trump, in the 2016 election and so on. But it's Charlie Kirk who actually brought J.D. Vance and Donald Trump together. This is a Charlie Kirk legacy right here. Charlie Kirk united a Democrat, the most legendary Democrat from the most legendary family, a guy who was running as a Democrat against Donald Trump. They united on stage at a Turning Point event and created the Maha movement. This is awesome. And we got a great meme out of it. We got Donald Trump force-feeding RFK seed oils, which is hilarious. We should embrace that. Charlie Kirk brought together two of the most powerful men walking the earth today. Elon Musk, a champion of freedom, free speech, and humanity, with President Trump, who's thankful that Elon Musk has joined our movement. Oh, yeah. This, ladies and gentlemen, was the unity that won us so much in 2024 and saved America from what I believe is 1,000 years of darkness. And finally, who remembers little Marco? Marco! She goes, Marco! Marco's sister's in the front row here. You remember, this was literally where Donald Trump came up with Little Marco. What you're watching right there is the Little Marco moment in a telenovela. This was Telemundo debate. This was only 10 years ago. It wasn't that long ago. This is 2016. It was only 10 years ago. And look at what's happened now because of the unity of our movement and what we can accomplish together. Marco's going to become the next dictator of Cuba. It's going to be great. It's going to be fun. We should embrace that. Come on, he looks so happy about it. Give him a cigar, grow a beard. Who's excited to see it? Are there any Cubans in the house tonight? Any people who love liberty? Yes. Yes. God bless you. God bless you. Hopefully you can help Marco. I'm sure he's going to need some patriots. That's what we can do. Who's proud of Marco Rubio, by the way? What a MVP. Marco Rubio, total MVP. It's like been shocking to me. Look at this. She's excited. Okay, that's right. Okay, we're getting like a mosh pit up here. This means, are we doing a good job? Okay, fantastic. Let's keep going because God's on our side. Okay? That's the difference between us and the left. I think it is critical for us to constantly remind ourselves that our God can do the impossible. Our God saved President Trump's life for this moment right here. God said in this moment, I'm not done with America yet. They intended to kill this man as a message to the rest of the world, ladies and gentlemen, that you are not allowed to be a patriot, a nationalist. You are not allowed to stand and save your country. And now we are watching liberty ring throughout the earth. It is a new 1,000 years of light, and that is because our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ saved President Trump's life that day. We all witnessed a miracle. We are all witness and inheritors of that movement. Peter says that Paul in Romans 12 says that God actually establishes the kingdoms of the earth, and that it is God who chooses the leaders. And he chooses those leaders in order to wield the sword for the terror of evil men and protect good men. Let that be our prayer today, that President Trump and his administration wields that sword for the terror of evil men. And ladies and gentlemen, let me show you what that terror looks like. It looks like President Trump elected on election day. It looks like Melania Trump's hat. It looks like every county in America swinging rightward. Every single county on election day in 2024, every one of them went more red than they did in 2020. And it looks like a red kingdom. This is the land you live in. This is your birthright. We live in a red kingdom. Don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise. You are the majority. Let's start acting like it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's also never forget what we are fighting against. Here it is. Dude. Can you believe we actually lived through this? This is what they were trying to do to your children. At least he couldn't bite children, by the way, with the mask on. I mean, maybe that's the good thing about him. What was this? It's like a bad dream. You remember that time when the Secret Service said, hey, yo, pal, here's the direction to the Oval Office. And he just kept wandering into the bushes with the nuclear football. Kind of terrifying. People are worried about nuclear war now. What the hell was going on here? Please. We had such, are you sick? Were you sick of weakness? Wasn't it an insult every single day you open up your phone and you see videos like this? A live stream from Epstein Island, you know? It's pathetic, and this is something else that us unifying for cause saved us from. We never have to listen to Kamala Harris again. We will never listen to her again. The last time we ever had to hear Kamala Harris's voice, please God, was when she certified the election on January 6th, 2025. Here it is.
Has received 312 votes. Kamala D. Harris.
Who's happy? Who here is happy that that woman is not in the White House, that Jill Biden's not in the White House, that Melania Trump is living in the White House today?
Wow.
Come on.
What a turnaround.
I want to speak. I only have a few minutes left here. I have 2 minutes left exactly. I think we can do it right on time. So I want to just say something quickly about my brother, Charlie Kirk. Because there's been so much, it's 6 months, almost to the day, that we lost Charlie. There has been much made about what forces took Charlie from this earth. And I want to speak to the bullet that was fired at my friend on that live stream that day. That bullet was fired directly out of malice and evil. The ideology that killed my friend, a father, a devoted husband, a leader of this movement, and a future president of our country was fired by a radical, leftist, transgender who embraced this radical, evil, demonic ideology. It's straight from the pit of hell. And I denounce it. God said in the first book of the Bible, I maketh them man and woman. Transgenderism killed Charlie Kirk, and I'm sick of transgender violence in my nation. I am going to state it clearly and profoundly at this moment that we must find the clarity of what and who we are actually fighting. The violent, radical, demonic left is our enemy. They want to kill us. They're done arguing. They've made that very clear. And ladies and gentlemen, unite with me in purpose to make sure that Charlie did not die in vain, that we can rescue our children from this demonic ideology, please. Say it with clarity. Say it. There's power in speaking truth. There's power in it. Ladies and gentlemen, without Charlie Kirk's sacrifice and how much he united this entire movement, we wouldn't have moments like this. Please, listen to this historic moment from one of the top doctors at HHS.
Women are women. Women can never become men.
And he goes on to say, men are men and can never become women. Who agrees with that? From one of America's top doctors. Look at this. As of this morning, the Olympics, this was published an hour ago, the Olympics have banned all men in women's sports. We would never have gotten that headline without your vote, without President Trump, without this movement, CPAC. And we would never have gotten this headline, young adults lead resurgence to church attendance. Without this moment, Gen Z now leads church attendance, the first time in human history that young people are going to church at greater rates than their parents. How awesome is that? We're living through a revival right now. Trump winning with young voters, something you never thought you'd see ever in your life. President Trump winning an absolute majority of young men in the 2024 election. That is a Charlie Kirk legacy and the legacy of this movement we are building together. When asked, and this is the most important thing I have to say, and it's in conclusion, and we're done. When asked what the major priority is for their lives, young Trump voters, men and women, said my number one priority is having children and starting a family. That is the culture war right there. That is the victory, ladies and gentlemen. Because the left, we're gonna just outbreed them. Can I get a witness? Can I get an amen? We're just gonna outbreed the left. You ever met a lib? They're hideous. Nobody wants to have sex with them. The pink hair, the yellow teeth. Plus they're cutting their dicks off. It makes it very easy for us. I don't know, it's not up to me. They're the ones who choose to do it. It makes it so easy. We have a historic moment right now. We can seize it. We can take it back. This was Charlie Kirk's memorial service. Ladies and gentlemen, who remembers it? Who watched it or was there? In conclusion, let's have this moment again. The unity, the clarity of purpose, the return to the foundational Christian principles of this nation. Let's remake this. Let's not forget this. And ladies and gentlemen, if we keep going, this is my family, by the way. I have, since moving to a red state, I have had one kid per year with my wife. So thank you, red states. Thank you, CPAC. This is the greatest motivation on earth, parents. Do you agree with me? Grandparents, do you agree with me? The greatest motivation on earth is what God commandeth us. God says it directly to Adam. The first command to Adam is this: go, be fruitful, and multiply. Protect the garden, protect your nation, and leave an inheritance for your children's children. Who's with me, CPAC? Let's go. God bless you. Thank you.
I gotta cut that music. It's okay. Let's keep going. That was Benny Johnson, bro. If you don't know who that is, I'm looking at chat. That was Benny Johnson. Yet, we're taking America back, baby. Imagine if Trump didn't get elected last year, or actually a year and a half ago now. If we had Kamala Harris, we'd be doomed. Our votes wouldn't count. Country would be over. It would be completely over. They would inundate us with illegal immigrants, and they would lock up the vote, and then our votes would never matter again. That's their plan. Import illegals, crush the country, and keep doing nothing. Keep doing nothing but destroying the country to get votes. That's what they did. They destroy the country to get votes. They don't care. They have no regard. There's a reason why people come to America, because America is the greatest country in the world. Problem is, they're trying to make this country into the other countries that everyone's running from. They're turning this country, or they were trying to turn this country into the countries that everyone is running away from and coming here. And we're not going to have it. We got to put a stop to it. But we got to get out and vote. We got midterms, and then we got more elections coming up. So let's see what's going on.
The battle for the soul of the nation moves to CPAC. Your mission? Amplify conservative voices, shape the narrative, and drive the movement forward from the inside.
I cut that music, man. It sucks. They put too much music. See who we got next. We had some other people up before. Who's this?
Hands up for an ideal to improve the lives of others.
River. So it's not just an Illinois problem, it's a USA problem. Could you imagine the Mississippi River?
The communists are everywhere in our country, and people ask, what can we do? What can I do? Well, these warriors have the answer, because they stopped the Chinese Communist Party. China's Gotion, one of the world's largest manufacturer of batteries, it was armed with hundreds of millions of dollars of subsidies from the governors of Michigan and Illinois, and they were going to build 2 factories in our country. But these women said, not so fast, and they stopped Gotion. So Lori Brock, you're from Michigan, where you stopped that Chinese company.
Yes, we are.
Tell us how you did it.
Well, it started, it's really kind of fishy because we didn't know anything about it. Our community had no idea what was going on until someone left us something in our mailbox. And then they said, you better get to your meeting. And we did, and we found out that they had already kind of pretty much bought off the local officials, and they were ready to break ground a month later. And we got back out and we said, we got to stop them. And so a few friends of mine got together, and we decided that we had to do something, and we had to take control of our community back.
Wow,
So,
love that, love that. I'm going to go back to live because we got these guys live right now. Let me go back.
And then so every single day, he borrowed from that we wanted to make sure that the RNC was going to be there for President Trump is because we saw elections have consequences. You think about the switch that we saw the very first time Donald Trump came down the escalator. And he said, I'm going to make America great again. It wasn't just a campaign slogan he borrowed from Ronald Reagan. It was a plan. We are going to rebuild our economy. We are going to restore our borders and keep our communities safe. And we are going to make absolutely sure that America is strong and respected again around the world. That's why I joined his campaign in 2015. And we see every single day right now the fact that he is winning. And America is absolutely getting better every single day because he is keeping those promises that he has made since he first came down the escalator in 2015. Amen. Amen. And then some. The other thing is this, and I think it's why it's so important that we have Chairman Whatley here. I still like to call him Chairman Whatley,
even though he might be running his race, where he's running in North Carolina, could very well be the most important U.S. Senate race in the country this year. If we don't keep his seat, we may lose the majority. And we all know how bad that's going to be, to lose the majority. He has to win. But all the great things he did at the RNC, whether it was ballot security, whether it was raising money, going out there recruiting grassroots candidates, and giving us the resources we needed to do to run an effective campaign for President Trump, he was able to do all of that.
You know, and when you look at elections, good policy is good politics,
without
right?
a doubt.
And President Trump's agenda is really true the agenda that's driving us right now. When you think about states like Maine with Susan Collins, you think about Ohio with John Husted, you think about Texas here, we've got a primary, we've got a runoff, but we know that we're going to be able to hold that seat. You look at Iowa, you look at Kentucky, you look at Michigan and Mike Rogers up there. Every single one of these battleground states, the Republicans are running on an America First agenda. We're running on President Trump's agenda. My agenda is to create an economy that's going to work better for North Carolina. It is to make sure that we're keeping our kids and our communities safe. It is that we have 100,000 men and women in uniform in North Carolina, in all 5 branches. When it comes to keeping American interests and our allies safe around the world, North Carolina is going to be the tip of the spear. But that's the case in every other one of these battleground states. And the Democrats who ran in 24, their agenda was open borders, inflationary spending, and a woke, weak America. They are doubling down on that in every single House race and every single Senate race across the country right now. They are doubling down on stupid, and the voters are not going to go there.
And I think we have the ability in these midterm elections, and by the way, I was doing the polling back in 2002 at the RNC and also for the NRCC. I worked for Chairman Tom Davis back then. When was the last time we defied history, we actually picked up seats during the first midterm. Normally what happens over the last 50 years, the history says you lose 25 to 30 seats. But I'm not going to be happy, especially when it comes to the Senate, not only that we keep the Senate, but we need to we can pick up New Hampshire. I think we can pick up Georgia. By the way, John Ossoff, the crazy liberal who tries to pretend he's a moderate, you know what he said the first thing he's going to do when the Democrats, if they, God forbid, get a majority in the U.S. Senate? You know what he wants to do? Impeach Donald Trump. That's not moderate. That's how crazy they are. And look at one of the lessons we learned from the 25 elections. You look at Mikey Sherrill, the governor of New Jersey. You look at Abigail Spanberger, the governor of Virginia. How did they run? They told us they were moderates. They lied. We see what they're doing. Mikey Sherrill doing sanctuary city stuff. By the way, she's raising property taxes. Abigail Spanberger, she's talked about raising over 100 new taxes. Plus, she's doing that crazy radical redistricting where she's going to try to redistrict out 4 Republican members of Congress.
And Roy Cooper is an absolutely card-carrying member of the woke mob, and he's going to portray himself as a moderate. He's going to tell you that he wants to work across the aisle. The fact is that Roy Cooper vetoed more legislation, more bills, than every other governor in the history of North Carolina combined. This is a guy who is never seen a dollar that he didn't want to tax and spend. I've never seen, by the way, a tax I didn't want to cut. This is a guy who is the most soft-on-crime governor in the history of North Carolina.
What Democrats don't realize is the more you raise taxes, the more you lower tax revenue. The more you increase taxes on people, the less taxes you take in from people as a whole. That's the reality of the situation. I am in Southern California. Our state is a perfect example. But don't even look at California. You can look at the whole country. In the history of our country, when you had presidents raise our taxes a lot, you would see tax revenue go down. If you lowered, when you saw presidents come in and lower taxes, you saw tax revenue go up because people do more activities that are taxable. That's what happens. That's what happened. California, we raise the taxes, and people that actually have money that contribute the most to our tax revenue, they end up moving money towards things that are less taxable. That's how that works. Or they move out of the state altogether, and then they're in another state that there are no taxes. But Democrats, they want to increase spending, and then they want to increase taxes to make up for the spending. But then when you increase the taxes, you're actually lowering your tax revenue. So they increase spending and they increase taxes, but the tax revenue goes down. So it goes like that. Why do you think California is broke?
Yeah. This is a guy who vetoed legislation to tell sheriffs they need to honor ICE detainers and get criminals the hell out of North Carolina. This is a guy who on every single 80-20 issue is on the 20% side with the radical Democrats. And he's made it clear. When he announced that he was running, he said that he would have voted against the One Big Beautiful Bill because he wants you to be paying taxes on overtime and tips and Social Security, because he wanted you to be able to have to pay the biggest tax hike in American history. This is a guy who let 3,500 hardened criminals out of prison in North Carolina because he didn't want them to get COVID. He took that list. He hid it under court order. He sealed it. And he promised the people of North Carolina, none of these are violent criminals. You know what? We got that list a month ago. He lied.
Yeah.
He lied to the people of North Carolina. 51 of them were serving life sentences. 65 committed murder. One of them got rearrested and re-released 13 more times before he got on a Charlotte light rail last summer and murdered a beautiful Ukrainian lady named Irina Zarovska. Murdered her in cold blood. And you know what? Her blood is on Roy Cooper's hands because he should have never been on the streets and he should have never been on that light rail car.
Yeah.
We need to do better in North Carolina. We need to make sure that we have a champion for the conservative cause. We need to make sure that we have an ally for Donald Trump in the United States Senate. That's what I'm going to be when I beat Roy Cooper and permanently end his career.
Yep. Like I said, Chairman Whatley's race may be the most important in the country. It's not we sort of have to win it, we have to win it. And I'll tell you, the other thing is this, and you and I have talked about this. One of the reasons we didn't do great, quite frankly, back in 2018 during the first President Trump midterm was because 11 million Trump voters stayed home during the midterms. This is huge, by the way, because when you look at the congressional races, I think it's 28 out of the 39 kind of battleground districts that both parties are looking at. Donald Trump won in the 24 election. The Democratic base, the crazy left, the Marxists that Benny was just talking about, they are motivated. The Zoran Mandanis. And by the way, the Democrats are nominating a whole bunch of new Zoran Mandanis in these primaries, and we're going to have some huge advantages there. But I've always told President Trump the first time he came back.
I don't know if they're going to be advantages, man. These Democrats, these new liberals, these new lefties, they want what they call democratic socialism, and they're all about it. So we gotta get out and vote. We gotta not sit down and not stay home on the days on voting days. We need to get out and do it.
Back to CPAC after he left office.
By the way, thank you guys for subscribing on this stream. This is now 2 hours and 45 minutes. We were at 18,000 and change. Now we're at 19,000 on YouTube. Thank you for subscribing to my channel, guys. Appreciate you guys.
I told him that's when I knew we were going to win in 24, because I knew how motivated the people were in this room, and they went back home. They went back to Washington State and New York, California, the battleground states, and they went and spread the message. We need to do that again. We cannot be complacent. These are, as the president said last night, these are the most important midterm elections in our lifetime. And oh, by the way, we all have to be in.
We absolutely do. You know, when I took over the RNC, I sat down, I had breakfast with President Trump. And after a couple minutes of chit chat, he looked me straight in the eye. He said, all right, Michael, what's the plan?
Yeah.
How are we going to win? And I told him, we are going to do two things, and only two things. We are going to get out the vote, and we are going to protect the ballot. We talked.
Look at this chat. It says, I love this. Look at this. Notorious TBG says, Let me pull it up here again. Compulsory civics test that needs to be passed to be able to vote. This is what we really need.
For about 20, 30
That's good.
minutes about what it meant to get out the vote and how we were going to motivate people who had Trump signs in their yard or Trump stickers on their truck, but they hadn't registered to vote or they hadn't voted in 4 years or 6 years or 8 years. We were going to get them to go vote early. We were going to get them to vote by mail. We were going to get them there on Election Day. We spent about 20 minutes talking about election integrity and the fact that I was going to build and did the first ever national election integrity program at the RNC and make sure that we were going to stop the steal.
Yep.
And that is how we were able to win that election cycle in 24. We need to do the same thing. And we need you. And we need every person who pays attention in this election cycle. We need every conservative, every Republican, every patriot across this country to focus on two things: get out the vote and protect the ballot. And when we get that done, we are going to be able to expand this majority in the House. We'll expand our majorities in the Senate. And we will make absolutely sure that Donald Trump is going to get a 4-year term, not a 2-year term, because if the Democrats win again, like they did in 18. It is impeachments, it is hoaxes, it is investigations, and it is an agenda that is off the rails. Elections have consequences, and this is, as John just said, the most important midterm that we've ever had in our country. And we cannot let the woke mob, we cannot let the left win this election cycle and take away this agenda that we're fighting for every single day.
Thank you. And one last thing, I'm not going to be happy if we just keep the majorities. We need to increase the majorities. And one more thing, make sure you vote in the CPAC straw poll. It's at the top of the app, literally right at the top. Let your voice know who you prefer in the 28 presidential primary, plus a lot of other issues in there. Thank you. We appreciate it. Great job. Great job.
That's fun. We'll wait for the next. I'm going to turn the sound off because the music is going to give us a strike on there. So Serenity put up, look at this. It says, Republicans literally investigated Joe Biden the entire time and found nothing. Bro, this is exactly what they did to Trump. This is called projection. You're literally telling us what you guys did to Trump the entire time, and you didn't find anything. And you guys keep calling him these P words and all these different words, and none of it's true. And no matter how many times you repeat it, it's not going to become true. Yeah, that's right. And that's exactly what you guys did. You guys tried to impeach Trump. You guys tried to sue Trump. You guys tried to put him in jail. You guys raided his house. You guys tried to, there was assassination attempts. All of that stuff you guys did. And you only made Trump more popular. And you didn't learn. And you still haven't learned. You keep doing the same thing. All you do is Trump is bad, Orange Man bad. That's all you guys know. You know nothing else. It's sad. It's totally sad. But, and then now you want to come out and say that that's what happened to Joe Biden? Well, you guys make 0 sense. You guys make no sense. That's why you lose elections, and that's why we have to turn this country around, because you guys took the steering wheel and tried to drive it off a cliff. That's absolutely crazy. So we're waiting for the next speaker to come up, and let me go back to these ladies that were talking.
Everything became dark.
Whoa, hold on.
Even more, but the hospital.
Have both of you, all three of you, on our stage. And so I'm going to start with you, Mercedes.
Yeah.
These are Iranians.
I would love for you to a Trump supporter that was demonized.
Please welcome advisor United Against New.
These are Iranians, guys.
It is, well, you have a lot of fans here already. Rahela and Mercedes and Hiva, it is an honor. It is truly an honor to be with these brave women. These are the real victims of the Ayatollah, the real victims of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, who are barbaric terrorists who have done what they can to execute the most innocent women, men, and children. And today we are honored to have both of you, all three of you, on our stage. And so I'm going to start with you, Mercedes.
Yeah.
I would love for you to share your personal story. What happened to you under this brutal Iranian regime?
Hello, everyone. I want at the first, I can't speak English perfect, but I try to explain my story. My name is Mercedes Shahinkar. I am an Iranian woman. During the Women Life Freedom Movement in 2022, I was a protest in the streets for freedom and human dignity, like many others. When police forces shot me in the face with the paintball gun, I lost the vision in my right eye. I remember the sound of my eye popping. Wow. I remember the heat and the smell of blood on my face. I remember that deadly pain and fear. I remember terrified looks.
Wow, guys. Did you hear what she just said? She was at the protest in Iran during the Women Life, during when Mahsa Amini was killed. She got shot in the eye, she said, by a paintball gun, and she remembers hearing her right eye pop. That is crazy.
Of my mother and the people. They came looking for me at the hospital, but the brave doctors and nurses that were taking care of me put their own life in danger to protect me. They did everything to hide me every time the message came to the hospital. Of course, they didn't, and thereafter I went home, they attacked me home. I was lucky that I was not home.
Okay, so what she's saying is when she got hit by the paintball gun, her eye popped, she went to the hospital, and the doctors in the hospital were protecting her because the military will go to the hospital and go get these, innocent these innocent protesters, which she is, and they'll actually go after her and try to either imprison her or kill her or whatever the case may be. And they protected her. Even when she left, they still attacked her.
I had a live with 9-year-old daughter. The Islamic Republic wants me to sit in the corner of my home by blinding me, suppress me even more. But despite the pain that I am still dealing with, I was not afraid of the Islamic Republic. And since then until now, I have been active as a human rights activist. Thank you. Thank you. For 74 years, the Islamic Republic has been arresting, imprisoning, torturing, and raping, and executing the people of Iran. We know that continuation of the Islamic Republic is more terrifying and dangerous than any war of the world, and especially for the innocent people of Iran. We are very grateful of President Trump and Mr. Netanyahu for helping the people of Iran. Thank you. And for contributing of the destruction of Khamenei. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump.
You can see them yelling, "Thank you, Trump." And as I told you guys earlier in the stream, Iranians will be forever grateful to Trump, to the American men and women of our armed forces, to Israel, to Netanyahu. You see them right there cheering, saying, "Thank you, Trump." You see the guy right here. I don't know if you can see my mouse. He's got a white hat on. He's the same guy that puts a Persians for Trump on and goes out there and supports Persians and Trump and what's right for not only America but also the Iranians around the world. And I actually have an emoji that I created on my channel, and that's his face right there yelling. You can see the white hat that I just posted in the chat. and that I'll put it on this chat too, so you guys can see it on this side here. This there it is right there. There you go. This is the guy that you'll see sometimes when Trump is doing one of his speeches. He'll be in the background in the crowd behind Trump with the hat on, yelling, "Yeah, go Trump, Persians for Trump." He's that guy. Is she an Iranian Jew? I don't know. I don't know who she is. And mine, no, I'm not Jewish. I'm any faith.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Mercedes.
Yeah, and at the end, for contributing to the destruction of Khamenei and many criminal members of the IRGC. Thank you.
I was wondering why she had her right side covered with her hair, and now I know, because they blinded her. The Islamic regime blinded her during the peaceful protests for Mahsa Amini.
Thank you. Hiva, I got to tell you, really, it has been the Iranian women who have been the face of taking on the Iranian regime. How brave are these women?
It really has been. These women are example of two Iranian women, but there are thousands, millions of Iranians taken hostage by their own government.
Yep.
And Rahele shares the same fate as Mercedes has, experienced the same thing. If you want to tell us your story.
Hi, everyone. I want to tell you my story.
She also lost her right eye. This is something that's very common. They take out people's eyes. Peaceful protesters. So you could see her right eye if you watch.
It started on a day that looked normal. I remember walking in the streets. I had taken off my hijab. I was smiling. I felt free, even if it was just for a moment. I was not doing anything dangerous. I was just a young woman who wanted a normal life. Then, suddenly, everything changed. I heard a sound, and in 1 second, I felt a strong pain in my face. I fell, there was blood, and everything became dark. That was the moment I lost the vision in one of my eyes. Next thing I know, I was at the hospital. I was scared, not only because of the pain, but because even in the hospital, I did not feel safe. I was afraid of the same people who shot me. I was afraid they would come again. In the moment, I understood something very painful. Even being a patient could not protect me. After that day, my life changed completely. Security force came to our home. They searched everything. They asked questions again and again. I was arrested. I was interrogated many times. My family was scared. They told me, "You cannot study anymore. You cannot work. You do not have a future here." Imagine hearing, this is in your own country, the place where you were born, the place you loved. Step by step, life became impossible. I couldn't feel safe outside. I couldn't feel safe inside my own home. And finally, I had to make a very hard decision to leave my country. Not because I wanted to, but because I had no other choice. Leaving your homeland is not just a trip. It is like leaving a part of your heart behind. This is my story.
Thank you. It's really important to put it in context that why both these girls lost their eye. The Islamic regime, the IRGC, the Basijis went out on the street specifically shooting for their eye because they wanted to mark them so they can go back into the hospitals looking for them, to find them on the streets and then take them and to torture and kill. And this continues, as we were talking, Mercy, that even under bombardment, they're still continuing to execute, torture, rape women, and they have not stopped. So these women, we brought them here for you to see that this regime will not add anything.
I just had Hiva one.
This is the thing that makes me go crazy because obviously you guys know my parents are Iranian. They came from Iran, and I know a lot of the stuff. I'm exposed to it. When I see leftists all over Western countries, like in our country in America, when they try to sometimes go and say that life is better for women in Iran than it is in America. Or they like to compare life in Iran to life in America for women or men. They have no idea what they're talking about. They don't know. They're not exposed. They're just running around, running their mouth, just virtue signaling, trying to, I don't know what kind of point they're trying to make. They're trying to dismantle America. They're trying to destroy America. And it's sad and it's unfortunate. And it's an absolute disgrace to the people that actually are going through all of these things in Iran, and you're creating more enemies than you ever make by going out there and talking nonsense, something you know nothing about.
One individual come up to me yesterday in tears saying that there was a young boy who had actually a photo of Jesus Christ in his room, and they came in, the military, to assassinate the boy. You have the Iranian nurses who were raped trying to help the protesters. You had the wrestler, 19 years old, executed.
Yep.
And what is it, Hiva? Because it's not just what's happening in Iran, but tell us the mentality of this Iranian regime, what that means to that threat here in America.
I'm sure you guys have all heard. The existence of this regime, its ideology, is based on death to America, death to Israel. And by death to America, this is just not a mantra. They actually mean it. They indoctrinate young children from young age, from 6, 7 years old. When you start going to school, they indoctrinate this thought into your mind that the West is the evil civilization. America is the enemy of Islam and of Iran. Now, the example of these girls is so shocking to see, and we wanted you to see them in person, to hear their story in person, because this is what they do to their own people, What will this regime do to us as Americans? That they continue to chant death to America. They will stop at nothing. They have attacked their Muslim neighbors, countries that have helped them to negotiate deal here and there. They've attacked Oman, Qatar, from all the countries in the region. They will not end within their own borders. The suppression does not end at their own borders. They want America gone. They want Israel to be wiped off the map. And therefore, President Trump understood that President Trump did not start a war. President Trump is ending a war after 47 years of this country wanting to end.
She just said it. Trump, just like what you guys were saying in the chat, Trump, I thought Trump said no more wars. No, this is not a war Trump started. Iran has been, the Islamic regime has been at war with America and Israel and all Western countries for the last 47 years. We're ending a war. We're not starting a war.
Today.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that the Persians, I think, are almost as excited as the Cubans are right now, okay? As a Cuban American. Mercedes, let me ask you, what does America mean to you?
About the rape of nurses.
آمریکا برای چه احساسی داره اینجایی؟
Okay. I'm very happy to stay here because the country is safe for me. I had to go from my country and came to the Turkey, after that Germany, and now I'm here and safe here. And when I see my country, I'm very sad about my country that happened in this now, because the Islamic Republic killed the people, and that from that the Islamic Republic scared the people. They know when the people more strange and come to the streets, they gone the Islamic Republic, and the people of Iran is very now is very happy about this war, and because
this is contrary. I want to ask you, just recently, some Western mainstream media, such as CNN,
Wait, you said CNN?
Yeah. I know, I always like, aired.
I love these people.
I know.
I love them.
CNN aired 4 minutes from Press TV,
yes,
Iranian state TV, solely based for propaganda. CNN aired 4 minutes directly from them. That's 4 minutes. Every Iranian watches their own TV. Just imagine that we watch more than they watch their own state TV, showing that the people of Iran are rallying against, rallying around the flag and are against the U.S. U.S. attack on Iran. Is that true? Is that what you're seeing?
No,
in Iran? What are you hearing from inside?
That is a fake, and that is the little people that support the Islamic Republic, and they are a killer. They are the Basic forces, and the police are all time in the street, control the people, and they want the people scared. But my people don't scare. My people on 8th and 9th February from the called the King Reza Pahlavi, say them go to the street, and the people and
you started it and
okay, let my people. I really want to. I want to hear. We got to hear these wonderful guests.
Sorry, my people are stand behind the King Reza Pahlavi, and we are here, the voice of the people of Iran.
Let's ask Rahele one question. Now, if I may ask Rahele, we talked about this. What will it, as we're hearing that they're still killing people on the street, what will it take for people to go back on the street?
Oh, sorry, I can't.
Will they go back on the street?
Yeah. Sorry, I can't speak English very well, but I read because it's important. The people of Iran will go back the streets. We have already shown our courage. We went out when the regime was not weak, when it was strong and violent, when we knew the risk was very high, and still people came. So now, when we see that the regime is weaker than before,
thanks to President Trump.
Yeah.
And our troops, and our brave troops.
Yeah, of course people will go back again. Of course, we will do our part. The people of Iran are ready. They just need the right conditions, less repression, and the chance to be heard. And when that moment comes, they will return to the streets again. People are waiting for the final opportunity. The return to the streets under the leadership of Prince Reza Pahlavi, and and determine their own future, because many people in Iran see him as the only opposition they trust, King Reza Pahlavi or Prince Reza Pahlavi.
So, Mercedes, I would love for you to look at the camera and send a message to your sisters in Iran, in Persian. Send that message of hope. What do you want them to know?
I just want to tell the people in here and my country, the Iranian people, we don't any reform. For example, the Ghalibaf, Khatami, Mousavi, Rouhani, blah, blah. Yeah. We don't any reform in Iran, and my people very hopeful, very strong. They don't want Islamic Republic, and they are very happy. President Trump killed the IRGC and Khamenei. Yeah. And everyone. Yeah. We are very hopeful. When I give the message from Iran, they are happy from the bombing because they know the Islamic Republic weak and more and weak.
Yeah.
Hiba, I want to ask you, because there's always this concern in America that this could be prolonged, right? That this could turn out to be a prolonged situation, which is not where I think the American people want to be. What's your message to them?
I can promise you, Iranian people are ready to go back on the street. President Trump is providing the condition for, it is the job of Iranian people to take back their own country. It is not our American job. But what we're doing, we're making sure that our people, our children are safe, because we cannot tolerate, President Trump understands that he cannot let the biggest, greatest state sponsor of terror have nuclear weapon, and he's making the world safer for our children. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, while he's doing that, he's providing that window of hope and window of opportunity for Iranian people to take back their country. So it's working for both groups. And I am confident. I mean, these brave women, as they said, they went on the streets knowing that the regime was going to kill them, knowing that the regime was as strong as they can be. But now the situation is different. Iranians are ready to do their part. They will do their part. They will go out on the streets. It will not be an easy road for them. I am sure of that. I don't consider I don't want to say I'm Iranian. They are different. They have experienced
They are
something.
heroes.
They're heroes.
They are heroes in their country.
And there is 90 million of them.
Yes.
92 million of them. There are 92 million.
And let me tell you, I have 5 daughters. Hiba has her beautiful daughter, Celine. I want my daughters to know these women. And I need you all to go home and tell your daughters, these are brave women who are willing to fight for freedom and for what is good. Be inspired by them. Be inspired by their stories. Know that they are not going to stop speaking up against brutality and terrorism that's happening in Iran. The madness needs to stop. We got to make Iran free again, and we're going to make sure that America stands strong by their side. Thank you so much.
The hateful rhetoric against ICE officers, that increases the threat. So, right now they're demanding mask off.
Ladies and gentlemen, Walls Work, a fireside chat with White House border czar, the Honorable Tom Homan. And
here we go, guys. Tom Homan. Here we go. The outspoken Tom Homan. This is live. This is right now. I cut the music off until he gets up to he's going to go up to the podium, I think, to speak. Or no, they're going to do a little, they call it a fireside chat. Here we go.
Okay, wow. You all are rowdy out there. How's it going so far? Amazing. Well, okay, Tom. I think they love you here. Do you all love Tom Homan?
Yep.
How about a God bless President Donald J. Trump?
Yeah, baby.
Okay. All right, let's get going now because we have a lot to talk about, Tom.
I'm seeing a lot of this chat with Serenity in the chat. What is Serenity's argument? What is his side? Let me see if I can chime in.
Really an honor to be with you.
No,
really.
I'm happy to be here.
And from the bottom of my heart, we appreciate you so much for all you're doing for President Trump and our country.
Yes, we do.
So let's get right to it.
Interesting. Marco Rubio has nothing on me. I got more jobs than he does.
I was going to say, how many jobs do you have right now? Because apparently now you're handling the airports too.
Yes. Look, the brave men and women of ICE are stepping up to help secure the airports, and with the people that left TSA, the people that are calling in, because they got to go get a job to feed their families. Right. We got to fill those gaps because the security of the airports is important. We got a heightened threat posture right now. We need to make sure the airports are secure. We need to help Americans get through those lines. And if we see any illegal activity in the airports, we're going to make arrests.
Amen.
I love it. God bless, dude. God bless Tom Homan, bro. Love it. We got ICE in the airports. Just when they thought they're going to defund DHS, they're going to do all this, that, and the other, they come, dude. Trump comes through with a beautiful, beautiful response. ICE in the airports. Actually, I think it's a great thing. We might even find some, like I was saying, we might even find some good, efficiencies and make airport lines faster going forward permanently. We'll see how that goes. Serenity, I just outlined my argument. Cowards, stop putting blah, 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 blah. What's up? So still no Serenity. What? Serenity has no argument. Just repeats claims, facts, arguments. Straw man. Okay. Yeah.
And
then I saw they're all of a sudden independent. I love it how Democrats turn into independents overnight. Just when their Democratic leaders fail them completely, fail them miserably, they all of a sudden turn into independents. I'm an independent. I'm not a Democrat. I don't vote for this. I don't agree with Joe Biden. I don't. Yeah, sure. We've heard that many times. You are a Democrat. You are a lefty, bro. Stop fighting it. Let's go.
I gotta ask you. There's this guy, his name is, Hakeem Jeffries. Do you all know who he is?
Mr. Sombrero, let's go.
Okay. And he said that these ICE agents, that they're gonna shoot people in the airport. I mean, are you serious? Is this seriously, this is an actual leader of the Democrat Party?
Yeah, he's a joke. But and I say that because of this reason. He's the same one that wants masks taken off, right?
Right.
Well, he continues to terrorize the public, giving a false sense of ICE are Nazis, secret police, they're racist. So because of his rhetoric, threats are up 8,000%. That's why they're wearing a mask. So if you want the mask off, stop the hateful rhetoric against ICE officers that increases the threat. So, right now they're demanding mask off. That's a non-starter. We're not even talking about it because until you stop your language, we're not taking the mask off.
He's exactly right. He's exactly right. You got people like Hakeem Jeffries saying all kinds of crazy things about ICE and revving people up to do horrible things, dox ICE, go after their families, go to their homes, do all this stuff, and create this false sense of violence from ICE or false sense of whatever it is that they're trying to make you think about ICE. And they got people that believe it because they're sheep. They'll just believe whatever these Democrat leaders tell them, they'll believe it. They won't even look into anything themselves. And that's what happened. And so that's why they have to wear masks. I don't blame them.
You are talking to ICE agents every single day. What's their morale? How are they feeling? I mean, they're getting assaulted. They've been attacked. They're going after their families. I mean, how is it right now to be an ICE agent in America?
The morale's still high because they work for a great president, greatest president of my lifetime. And plus they get to do the job they want to do. I mean, for 4 years, they couldn't enforce immigration law. Same with the men and women of the Border Patrol, who I love. And they weren't able to enforce the law they wanted to enforce the law, right? So now they're able to uphold the oath they take. They're enforcing immigration law. Look, they're overworked tremendously. But you know what? Every day they get up and put that Kevlar vest on, come to work to protect America. I love each every one of them. And I promise the men and women of the Border Patrol and ICE, I came back twice from retirement. My wife's still pissed off. But I tell you what, I will have their backs to the day I die because they're the finest 1% this country has.
Love that. Love that.
And I want to say, can we get...
Hold on, let me see. Let's get to... So Serenity gave us what his argument is. Let's see. One of them is here. He says Trump has actually absolutely effed up this Iran war. No, he's absolutely winning the Iran war. He has actually absolutely done wonderful things. He's actually it's ahead of schedule, and he's decimated the leadership from the top down. And they're doing they're after the ground troops, and they're opening the Strait of Hormuz. What else? What else we got? What else? What else? Allowing them to keep funding their terror. No, he's actually they've frozen their assets, taken all their money. So you're all completely wrong in all your arguments. How's that for an argument? Who's silent? Challenged you to a debate. Yeah, there you go. So Trump is actually winning the war with Iran. So what are you talking about? Let me see. What else did you say? Control the strait, ease sanctions. Ease sanctions? What sanctions did they ease on Iran's oil? I have a button for that. Hold on.
That's a lie.
There you go, bro. And
that's a lie.
And I have another button for you. Are a Trump hater and you are a beta male.
You are a Trump hater and you are a beta male.
Beta
male. Beta male.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Literally a round of applause to Mrs. Homan and the family who has supported Tom Homan in allowing him and saying, yes, go back and serve this great country and this great president.
And to every spouse and child of ICE, and look, the threats are up 8,000%.
Yeah.
Wives, spouses, and children are being doxxed. They're being followed to school. Death threats against their spouses and children are a real thing. So men and women of ICE and Border Patrol make a hell of a sacrifice, but so don't their families. So a shout out to all the families of ICE and Border Patrol. God bless you.
So President Trump has so many achievements. I mean, so many achievements. What he's been able to do in 1 year is truly remarkable. And you're in that room with him. You're in the Oval Office. You're advising him every single day. What is he telling you?
He's happier than hell. I mean, look, bottom line is, when he called me to come back the second time, he says, I want you to do three things. I want you to secure the border. I want you to run a mass deportation operation. I want you to find these missing children, right? Right today, we had the most secure border in the history of this nation today.
Let's break that down further before we go into the other two here. So on the securing the border, it is remarkable. Okay. Compare Biden years. I'm not hearing a boo when I say Joe Biden, people. Come on. We do audience participation here. Joe Biden years when it comes to the border. Who came through that border? And now, under President Donald Trump, what has happened?
Well, over 10.5 million illegal aliens came to the border that we know of.
Yeah.
We don't know the unknown gotaways, but we also have 2.1 million known gotaways captured on video, drone traffic, or sensor traffic. Why did 2.1 million people pay more to the cartels to get away? Why didn't they pay less, turn themselves into Border Patrol, get released in 24 hours, get a free airline ticket to the city of your choice, get a free hotel room, get 3 meals a day, get free medical care? Why did 2.1 million people pay more not to take advantage of that giveaway program? That's just scared the hell out of all of you, because it scares the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Well, thank God we got President Trump in the Oval Office, because we're removing thousands of these national security threats with the help of the FBI and the intelligence communities. But we got a lot more to find.
And you've got...
Under Joe Biden, 12, 13,000 a day. You know what it was yesterday?
What was it?
121, and not one was released.
Wow.
Now, 12,000 to 121.
Wow.
And that is just in 1 day.
1 day.
When you were talking about a month, how much would have been under Joe Biden?
A what?
In a month.
Oh, it was 180,000. I mean,
Easily.
They hit almost 2 million people coming to the border in just 1 year. Look, what happened on the border was the biggest national security failure I've ever seen in the U.S. government, and people need to be held accountable. We can't forget what they did to this country. We need to hold people accountable.
And we're in this great state of Texas. It's so remarkable. I mean, talk about, they're on the front line, and they're actually working with the federal government to make sure that we can secure our border. Talk about that relationship with the state.
Look, I have a close relationship with Governor Abbott. Like him or love him, he, under the Biden administration, stood up and secured the Texas border as best he could. And everybody says, well, you got Texas DPS and you got the National Guard doing something not their job. Let me tell you what Governor Abbott did. By every illegal alien they arrested, less fentanyl got in this country, kill Americans. No inspector terrorists got through because everybody was vetted properly, unlike the last, Biden administration said they vetted everybody. No, they didn't. They didn't properly vet them. Governor Abbott did. The DPS, the Texas DPS, the Texas National Guard, God bless you. America loves you because you set the example for the entire nation.
And so moving into on this deportation, you were in charge, as the president said, okay, Tom, I need you to implement this mass deportation program. Give us an update on that.
I looked at the numbers this morning. Since you've been in the Oval Office, we're about 827,000 deportations. And that beats any record. Under Obama, I actually got an award from President Obama for record deportations. They forgot about that. Anyways, the record was 409,000.
You guys hear that? He got an award from Obama for record deportations.
Right.
We beat
the lefties won't tell you that.
Yeah, we almost doubled it. And we're going to continue. We just hired 10,000 more deportation officers, a few thousand more to come. Well, if you think the numbers were good last year, wait till this year. We got a lot more resources on the streets. We're going to have a lot more resources on the street. Which brings us to another issue. I see there's a lot of language out there that President Trump's backing off on mass deportation. No, he's not. Look, people are saying I'm not serious about deportations. I've read this lately. I've overseen more deportations than any man since the Eisenhower administration. Wow. Tom Homan is now weak on deportation.
Wow.
And matter of fact, my chief of staff who you met, she came out to me, she looked at the Eisenhower number, your number's actually better. So look, President Trump's serious about it. He's going to do it in a smart way.
Right.
Look, we got sanctuary cities putting a roadblock. You got Congress wants to abolish ICE. It's less efficient than it could be, but I talked to Todd Blanche an hour ago. We're suing the hell out of sanctuary cities. We'll get the numbers we need.
And there's a phenomenon also happening with self-deportation. So we also have that opportunity of people saying, okay, you're going to get paid a certain amount of money and we can facilitate and get you out of the country. How effective has that program been?
It's been real good, and the numbers there are high, but the ones who are leaving on their own, and CBP has the ability to track when they log in down on the border. Look, we're over 2 million self-removals, and the reason that is because they know ICE is out there. There's no free zone anymore.
Right.
You enter this country legally. If you're in this country legally, we're looking for you.
Yeah.
We're going to find you. We're going to deport you. And that message, ICE activities, people want to attack ICE. One of the reasons we have the most secure border in the history of this nation is because of the great work of the Border Patrol and President Trump's leadership, but it's because people are seeing what ICE is doing across the country, and they're saying, hell no, I don't want to give my life savings to the criminal cartel to get the border and not be released, and if I happen to get by the Border Patrol, there's no free zone anymore. ICE is looking for it. Under Biden administration, he told ICE, you can't arrest an illegal alien unless he's convicted of a serious offense. President Trump says get them all, and that's what we're doing.
Get them all. And I think one of the effects of securing the border, one of the effects of having ICE on the streets is making our cities more safe. There's no question. We're seeing murder rates going down in these cities. I mean, what's your sense in what ICE has been able to do to identify these gang members, these illegal aliens who are criminals in our country, that we've seen these tragic stories of women being raped, young women being killed. Tell us about that. What's the impact in these cities, in our communities, knowing that ICE has taken out a lot of these illegal aliens who are criminals?
Well, it's a significant, like if you look at, let's just say 825,000, we average between 60 and 70% of those we arrest are criminals. You're talking over 500,000 public safety threats that we kicked out of this country. That's going to have a significant impact. Oh. And that's why we say we'll prioritize it. And I want the folks to know, just because we say we're prioritizing the public safety threats and national security threats doesn't mean we're not looking for everybody else. And that's why I said right now the number is about 62% criminal, the other 38% are non-criminals. We're going to force an immigration law without apology. Mm-hmm. But if you got a child rapist here and an illegal alien here, you're going to get this guy first. Yeah. But you're not going to forget about this guy. You're going to get him too, but it's just a matter of who you get first. But I want to be clear. The instructions to ICE is to enforce immigration law. You find an illegal alien, you're going to arrest him. If he's not a criminal, I don't care. You're going to arrest him. When we find him, we're going to arrest him. We're going to deport him.
Just got this chat. I want to put it on the screen here. Look at this. Did you guys know about this? I just pulled this website up. This is interesting. Let me put it back right there. Let me make it bigger. Look at this website. It says thereligionofpeace.com from JMF Famala 25 says, Tom Homan is from my hometown, and it says thereligionofpeace.com. It talks about Islam, bro. That's interesting. Look at that. I just pulled it up. That's an interesting website, bro. I got to look into that. Thanks for that chat.
The other piece of this are the missing children.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know for us at CPAC, we have the CPAC Center for Combating Human Trafficking. You know, we've talked to victims. We've had engaging with them, understanding the atrocities. And you hear about these rape trees in Arizona where they bring over the cartels, bring over these young women who are then raped in places in Arizona. They're sex trafficked, they're sexually assaulted. I mean, it's truly, it's horrific to watch what has happened and what was allowed to happen under the Biden years. Tell us about this mission of finding the missing children.
Well, like I said, the first conversation when the president called me to come back out of retirement the second time, he gave me those three things. And I was honest with you, we got the most secure border in history. I told the president, we'll do that because the men who went on the border patrol know how to do it. They did it in Trump 45. So I'll take that, it's easy. But I'm not taking credit for secure border. I'm giving the credit to the men and women wearing that green uniform and that blue uniform who did their job because they're allowed to do their job. So thank God for the United States Border Patrol. Massive deportation. I just said we got record number of arrest deportation. We're going to do a lot more because we just hired a lot more people. The children, I was honest with the president. I said, that's the hardest one. I says, because to find people, like you all in the audience, you own a car, you own a home, you're paying bills, you got a credit card. We know how to find you, right?
Right.
A child don't have.
Please don't try to find me, Tom. Just.
But children don't have that digital footprint. I explained to the president, they don't have the digital footprint, so we got to count on the digital footprint of who they were released to, these unvetted sponsors. And when we started this operation, we quickly found out, number one, they weren't vetted properly. Number two, the addresses were never verified.
That's
so
right.
We're going to address at our supermarkets and parking lots and city parks. So the men and women of ICE and FBI have been busting their butt trying to find these kids, and they've found right around 145,000 missing children.
And I believe.
And let me say something. That's 145,000 missing children that the last administration lost and weren't even looking for.
Yeah.
And did we rescue them out? Look, some of these children were with their parents just hiding out, but many, too many, were victims of sex trafficking, being sold for sex, and being in forced labor. President Trump's leadership literally saved thousands of young children's lives, and we're not done. I have promised the president promises the American people, we'll do everything we can to run down every lead. And when we finish the leads, we'll do it again. Until the last day of this administration, you got my word. We will not give up in this effort to find every one of them.
And then, you know, when you go back to this, I remember hearing stories about, and when I was at the White House, that they would explain, they would literally, the kids would have the same address. So they would send like 200 kids to the same address, to the same quote unquote sponsor. Then they weren't doing DNA testing either. So really, I mean, I just can't imagine. Like, I can't understand how the Biden administration just wouldn't get that right.
I don't understand it either. I mean, people want to say that the Trump administration, you know, are inhumane and we're racist, right? They call me a racist, right? They'd say we're inhumane. Well, let's think about that. When 96%, illegal immigration down 96% down 96% now, which means 96% less people are coming. Now, there's been studies done that 31% of women that make that journey with the cartels admitted to being raped. If 31% admitted to being raped, how many were actually raped?
Right.
So when 96% less people coming, how many children aren't dying? How many women aren't being raped? How many pounds of fentanyl isn't getting in the country to poison Americans? How many known-spec terrorists are getting in? No. The most humane thing you can do is secure the border and stop the horrific activity of cross-border crime. President Trump's policies are saving thousands of lives every month.
That's right.
Yep.
And you know, when you look at the narco-terrorists, the cartels, really it's been a war against the cartels, which I am so glad that President Trump and the administration has made this into a priority. Tell us about that and the work that you all are doing to ensure that the drug cartels, that we're basically trying to dismantle them and put the fear of God in them. I love when they blow up those boats. I don't know about you all. Every time there's one of those narco-terrorist boats blown up, I'm like, yes, let's do it again.
When I spoke at the RNC just before the election, during my speech, I said something that the very next day the death threats would come rolling in from the cartels. Because I said, my conversation with President Trump, he's going to wipe these drug cartels off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
And the death threats coming in, and he's doing it. What President Trump's doing, I've been doing this since 1984. What President Trump's doing, he says, you know what? Why we keep playing the home game? Mm-hmm. Let's play the away game. Let's get this stuff before it gets here. And he's done it. So, taking all these criminal cartels, look, cartels are going broke. They're losing money. Matter of fact, the intelligence force I see, they're concentrating on Asia and Europe right now because they know it's hard here. President Trump's not going to give up. I tell you what, it's going to get a hell of a lot better real soon.
I like it. We've also got this problem. It's a big problem. They're called the Democrats, and they've decided to, not fund DHS. What's the deal there? It's been one of the longest shutdowns that we're seeing. It's only a part of DHS that's not being funded, but what's the impact it's having on our immigration enforcement and on our border security?
That's another job I got assigned to me, was negotiations with Hill.
We're going to start making memes of you in different
costumes. I went up there. We've had several discussions with them. What I explained to them, we have the same policies now that we had under Obama and Clinton. It's not a matter of policy, it's a matter of the executive branch. Elections have consequences.
Right.
We're enforcing laws that you wrote. And you want to sit there and call us racist and Nazis? If we're racist and Nazis for enforcing the law, what's that make you? You wrote it, you invented it.
Yeah.
Then you give us money to enforce it. So these negotiations, some say they want to abolish ICE, others say no, we just want, the new words are reform ICE. Trust me, I'm in the room. It's not about reforming, it's about crippling ICE. It's about taking away their authorities. And any Border Patrol agent, ICE agent watching this, I'm telling you right now, Tom Homan will never sell out your authorities. We're going to make sure you have your job. So look, because they hate ICE so much, they're willing to punish the men and women of TSA, Coast Guard, CISA, all these great people trying to keep this country safe. They're punishing them because they don't like ICE.
Right.
You know what? If you want to have a discussion with ICE, then let's do that.
Right.
Well, why you got all these people out of work that can't buy groceries for the kids? They can't pay the tuition. They can't pay their rent. That is just cruel. You want to talk about inhumane? What's more inhumane than that? We realize you're sitting up on Capitol Hill making a lot of money. You're getting paid. So you know what? Let's pass a law that if we want to shut down the government, you don't get paid until you open the government.
That's right. That is right. That's right. And I just want to say, we flew here from the swamp, and I really want to thank those TSA agents that were there working.
God bless them.
God bless them. They're working without a salary, and really, we do have to thank them for that, because the Democrats, well, they just suck. Anyways, but Governor Tim Walz, I am so grateful that he is not the Vice President of the United States. I can't even tell you. Thank you, God. But you were in Minnesota. There was a big issue there, obviously, with the ICE agents. They had gone in. And tell me where that stands. You spent a lot of time there. You were working with the state and local officials. I mean, you really calmed the situation down, got it under control.
Well, look, let me say this first. The men and women of ICE and the Border Patrol did a remarkable job, considering their job is already dangerous and difficult. But when you got thousands of people getting in their face, threatening them, attacking them, they performed remarkably. So God bless those men and women. They did a great job.
Right.
That's another phone call that I got early in the morning, woke me out of bed, and President Trump says, what are you doing?
Well, because he doesn't sleep, right?
Huh?
He doesn't sleep.
No, you know what? I get phone calls 2:30 in the morning. And I look at the clock and I'm thinking, okay, the only one's going to call me at 2:30 in the morning is POTUS. But look, he called me that morning, says, what are you doing? Sleeping? He goes, I need you in Minnesota. I said, when? He goes, today. It's all right. I says, what am I doing? He goes, de-escalate the situation. He goes, get up there and take control of it. So, and you know, Greg
I love
did
it.
a great job. The Border Patrol Committee, they all did a great job up there.
I love it. Guys, I went and made myself a little latte, a little iced latte, an espresso one. Here we go.
He wanted a fresh face, you know, and I work for the President of the United States. What he tells me to do, I do. Now, I gave him the pros and cons of, you know, going up there, but a lot of people question, why would you meet with Governor Walz? Why would you meet with the Attorney General? Why would you meet the mayor? Because you can't fix a problem. You don't know what makes them tick.
Right.
So look, me and Mayor Friday never gonna agree on anything, but we got him to do the job of public safety, and his police officers started responding to our 911 calls when we got surrounded. The AG, I talked to the AG, and there's a law that can't honor detainers in the county jails. And my discussion with him, I said, what's illegal? Maybe not honor detainers, we'll litigate that, but why not call us before we release them? You don't have to hold them a minute past you normally hold them. Call us. Is there anything illegal about that? No. And that's why now we have unprecedented assistance from the counties. We got great assistance from the state police. But now we got problems at Whipple Building. State police show up, the sheriff shows up. We got law enforcement finally working on law enforcement. And because of our work up there, that state is less of a sanctuary state, which is the goal across the country. We want to arrest the bad guy in the safety and security of a jail. That way, safer for the community, safer for the agent, safer for the alien. And the good part about this, if I can get one guy to arrest one bad guy in the jail rather than send a team of 6, 7 people on a few job scenes to look for him, one guy does a job. Now we don't send 7 guys looking for him. So what did I just do? One guy's in the jail, 6 guys are on the street arresting more people.
That's right.
That's what we're doing. So a shout out to men and women, the Border Patrol men and boys. Look, I said it on stage, things weren't perfect. When you have 3,000 people in the city doing a major operation, things aren't going to be perfect.
Right.
Things will happen. But God bless the men and women who put that gun and Kevlar vest on every day and face the hate that I've never seen anything like it. But we're in a better position. It's less of a sanctuary state. I'm happy that the men and women who work that state now or work the Minneapolis area, they're safer. And why? Because they can arrest a bad guy in the jail now, most of the jails, rather than have to look for them on their turf and their streets.
Dude, look at the libs losing their minds in the chat. It's crazy to watch. They just look at Tom Homan and they lose it. They can't even think straight. Look at them.
We've got a new Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullins, just got in this week, just got sworn in from the great state of Oklahoma. Tell me what we can expect from him.
By the way, if you're on Instagram or Rumble or these other platforms, you want to jump into a more lively chat, we've got over 1,000 people on YouTube. I have 2 streams on YouTube live right now. You got over 1,000 people, and it's a lot more lively chat if you want that.
Right guy, right time, right job.
That's good.
I've talked to him already today. We talk every day, several times a day. What's great about him, first of all, he's a tough guy. But what I like about him is he recognizes from the beginning that he has career folks who've done 20, 30 years running CBP, running ICE, running CIS, he's got all these career professionals. Let them run their agencies because they got the knowledge to do it. He'll give us the guidance. He'll give us the head cover. But he already dug in. He's digging in deep. And I talked to him this morning, and he's 100% in the game. He's doing it for the right reasons. Right. Look, he left the senator job, which is a pretty sweet job. He walked away from his senator job.
Are you serious? They do nothing.
To take on. I'm
sorry.
saying, the Secretary of DHS is the most grueling, controversial, hardest job in the United States government because no matter what you do, people hate you.
That's right.
And I think he's like me. I don't care if people hate me. I don't give a shit what they think about me.
I love that.
Okay, so.
I love that. Tom Homan, ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
I got to ask you something. You were going to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah.
What were you
I
going
was
to say?
going to apologize for my language, but no, I won't.
It's okay. It's okay. It's you, Tom. It's fine. You're with the family. So I got to ask you here, besides President Trump, what else keeps you up at night?
Boss, I didn't say that. Call me anytime.
Anytime.
Man, Trump calls these guys at 2, 3, 4 in the morning. He don't care. Trump is nuts, man. He's on it. He's got so much. And I said this before. I aspire to be to have as much energy as him, to be to work as hard as him when I'm his age. And I'm talking about President Donald Trump, the Great White Hope.
The Great White Hope. The Great White Hope.
He is the Great White Hope. And you got people, unfortunately, you got people in the chat that they're haters. You are like Serenity and some of these other guys, or whoever it is. You guys, all of you guys, a bunch of you guys hating on Trump. You guys are Trump haters, and you are beta males.
You are a Trump hater, and you are a beta male.
Beta.
Beta male.
That's right. Let's keep going.
I pray every night. And this is
I seriously, I'm not even kidding. I aspire to work as hard as Donald Trump when I'm his age. I really do. I don't know if it'll happen, but I try. I'll try.
Truth. I pray every night. When I go to sleep, lay my head on the pillow and go to sleep, I pray for the safety of every man and woman in ICE and Border Patrol, that they go home to their families. And I pray for the greatest president in my lifetime. And I said it when I was on stage in Minneapolis. We can enforce the immigration law. We're going to do it like you've never seen before. But I don't want to see anybody die. I don't want to see anybody die.
That's right.
But we're going to arrest a whole lot of people. So, comply. We're there for a reason. We have an oath that we took. We're going to enforce the law. We're not going to apologize for it. So, for the
W. Erica.
Democrats want to keep beating up on ICE, want to shut down DHS. You're not going to stop us. You're not going to stop us. We're going to do the job.
I love this guy, bro. You ain't going to stop us.
If you don't like it, change the damn law because you wrote it. But I have buried, through my career, the saddest thing I've ever done is hand the folded flag to a child or a spouse of a fallen Border Patrol and ICE officer. I never want to do that again. So please pray with me that every man and woman at ICE, every man and woman at Border Patrol go home to their families every day. Thank you.
And to wrap up, I want you all to pray with me for Tom Homan and for his safety, that Lord cover you, that his precious blood be over you in everything that you do, and that he keeps you safe and gives you wisdom, and know that you are loved. And we thank you, Tom Homan. Thank you for your service. God bless you.
Tom Homan, the one and only, guys. Wow.
The Democrats have 60 genders, which I still don't understand, okay?
And yet it was Gen Z, right, that decisively delivered the victory.
I want to start with...
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, it's the family, stupid. Please welcome CEO of Concerned Women of America, Penny Nance, host of the Isabel Brown Show, Isabel Brown, house mother at St. Gianna and Pietro Mola Maternity Home, and Done, hosted by...
I gotta cut the music, guys. Always, unfortunately, so we don't get any strikes on there. Come on down. Let's see what's going on. Who are these ladies? Why are conservative ladies always so much better looking? Why? Why is that the case?
Beautiful panel. Isn't that amazing? So we're going to do girl talk, but we want to keep the boys with us too, if that's okay. Ladies, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so this topic it's all about the families. Stupid. Because it is all about the family, right? Our society, our civilization, the biggest component, the biggest pillar, that foundation is about our nuclear family. And I think I want to start with you, Penny. We're at this position, this moment in time, where obviously the pro-life movement, we've cheered on, we know that we've overturned Roe v. Wade, and now where are we? What are the next steps? What's going on in the states? How aggressive is the left being to try to dismantle any successes made in the pro-life movement to save the children and help the mothers?
Well, the truth is they're being incredibly aggressive. And our work, Mercedes, as you know, has just begun. What Roe v. Wade did for us is open up the opportunity to work in every state. We had this false narrative, this false law from the judicial branch that didn't allow us to change the law in the states. Now it's open, and many states did. But here's the scary part. The left is evil. They're evil. And they figured out a way to do an end run against all of you. Every one of you who went to your state capitals and got good laws passed, like here in Texas and other states, they figured out how they could turn a dorm room, a bathroom, into a DIY abortion clinic by sending pills from China to California through the mail to your state and breaking laws all along the ways. And so chemical abortion now is the biggest threat. We have about 1 million abortions a year now. 60 to 70% of those are chemical abortions. And the results are always tragic, but there's a new layer because you have these women suffering alone, struggling, hurt. Many times there's emergency room visits, which they will deny, and trauma around this that young women are experiencing because the left is allowed to do an end run around all of you.
I got to tell you, Isabel Brown, isn't she adorable? I mean, I just love her. She has a fabulous podcast, the Isabel Brown Show, also on Daily Wire. Amazing work that you're doing. You get to be, okay, tell me how the White House briefing room is just so different right now.
Oh my gosh.
I got to get a little
That alone has been crazy. And
Yes.
thank you so much for highlighting the amazing work the administration has been doing with new media. I've been very up close and personal with it this last year. It's a privilege to see my beautiful friend Caroline Levitt, who I interned with in the 2018 Trump White House.
That's crazy.
Now behind the podium, and we both have babies in tow nowadays back in DC. It's an incredible time to see young families on the forefront of what comes next for the American people.
So I got to ask you, Gen Z, where are we in terms of where they are in the pro-life scenario? Where are we in terms of even women, these young people getting married? Where are we? Give us the layout, the landscape here.
I made the case, Mercy, years ago that Gen Z was going to shock the world by being the most culturally and politically conservative generation America has seen since World War II. I published a book about it. That's worthy of applause, right? Published a book about it, making that case, and was laughed off set at every cable news station, every XM radio show. People said, that's nice, but don't you all have 37 genders and rainbow hair and septum piercings and all of the horrible things?
The Democrats have 60 genders, which I still don't understand, okay?
And yet it was Gen Z, right, that decisively delivered the victory for President Trump in 2024, and we're watching incredible momentum continue to happen, largely thanks to voices like Charlie Kirk's paying attention to and feeding into this generation for many, many years before we grew up. That said, we are also facing perhaps the most intense propaganda against reality and against the family uniquely than any generation has ever encountered in modern history. That is certainly impacting our generation's view of abortion, but also the idea of wanting to have a family in the first place. How many of you saw the New York Magazine article just a few days ago with the headline, "I regret having children"? Just one of many, many pieces we see in the mainstream media and echoed in the influencer and social and new media world that I work in every day. The article interviewed 5 different women at different stages in their motherhood journey. The one that clearly was the most impactful was a 27-year-old mom of a 1-year-old in North Carolina. I'm a 28-year-old mom of an almost 1-year-old, so this really resonated with me, who is leaving her family. She's abandoning her husband and her 1-year-old son to prioritize herself first, because that's what a good feminist does, and complains about every single opportunity she's had to grow closer to her son, even saying in the article, "If there is a hell, I have been living in it since I gave birth to my son." This is the type of language young women are being exposed to every day on their college campuses, on their TikTok feed, in the magazines that we read, and why it's so important for us to continue going on offense to support the new generation of American families.
So what we do at the Schlapp household is, I have the 5 daughters. We just put them to work at CPAC. That's what we do, okay? Starting at 12 years old, they're staffing, they're learning, and they are really absorbing a lot and learning from you all, which is really amazing. And Annie, who is very special to our family, she is actually a house mother at a maternity home in North Dakota. She's on the ground working with teenage mothers and helping them to heal and helping to raise these babies and find home for these babies. Tell us about the work that you do, Annie.
Yes, so I live and work at the St. Gianna and Pietro Mola maternity home in North Dakota. So we were opened about 20 years ago, and we serve women in crisis pregnancies. So the women move into our home, and we provide everything for them free of any cost, thanks to our generous donors who give to us. And so we provide for their prenatal care, for food, clothing, shelter. Once the baby comes, everything they might need, diapers, formula. So we aim to live as a family. We create a family environment there, and the mothers move in. They have a safe place to live. A lot of these women find themselves pregnant, and they don't know what to do. They don't know how they're gonna make it, how they're gonna be able to support their child. So we're here to take them in, to help them heal, to provide for them financially, spiritually, emotionally, and just support them in their journey of becoming mothers.
It is amazing work, and it's a model. I don't know how many, Mary Pat, and I pray to God she comes to CPAC one year, she is a saint. She's a living saint. She not only adopted, how many kids did Mary Pat adopt?
Two.
Two kids, and she runs this maternity home, and it is truly the Lord's work. And we need that model everywhere in America to provide healing and support for these mothers, because as we know, Penny, and we've been in this movement for a long time, a lot of times it's about saving the unborn child, but it is about providing that support for the mother so that she can heal, and because there's a lot of brokenness that comes from that.
Well, 100%. I mean, I think one of the biggest lies the left has, that we only care about a woman when she's pregnant. But the truth is, it's the opposite. They want that money in their palm in order to do that abortion. They don't even want to do follow-up care, and they don't care what happens to you after. So post-abortion syndrome, they don't want to hear about it. And so I've met many, many, many women who regret their abortions. I've never met one of those women who regret their children, and that is such outrageous propaganda. But our job as the church, people who love Jesus, is to support these women in need. And there are all over this country. In fact, did you know there's no more pregnancy care centers than there are Planned Parenthood clinics? There's thousands of pregnancy care centers, and this staffed by women just like all of you who love their family, love God, they give their time, talent, and treasure. And so we are the people that take women into our homes. We're the people that give our time and our money to support them, not the other side. And can I just talk about life.gov really quick? One of the biggest priorities for CWA going forward this year is pregnancy.gov. It's a bill by Katie Britt in the Senate and in the House by Diana Harshberger. And that bill puts in one place all the different options for women who are pregnant under pregnancy.gov, under HHS, constantly updated, because you have to go to hundreds of websites to know. Right now, education, housing, foster care, adoption, all the educational grants, all the things that's available right now, they don't know about. But we want it to be in one place, indexed by the zip code, so you can find out what's available to you and perhaps make the right decision and care for your child or place for adoption.
Isabel, we were talking backstage a little bit about the policies. Like, what are these pro-family policies that, even conservatives that there's disagreement among conservatives in this area?
I think we're watching a generational paradigm shift in answering the question, what is a conservative? What does it mean to be a conservative? What are we really conservative?
They're all here in the room.
In our society.
Right,
I love looking at all of you to answer that. But the truth is, we can no longer just go on offense for financial stability in our taxes that we pay every year, which has always been our #1 priority throughout my lifetime on the political right anyway. But I love seeing our politicians now start to ask and answer questions. How can we support better maternity leave policies to help women put their children above their paycheck? J.D. Vance, our vice president, spoke so beautifully about this on the March for Life stage this year, that a cubicle or a computer screen will never love you back act the way your child will, and that always should be our #1 priority in how we're serving people. You're certainly seeing this from a financial perspective with the idea of something like Trump accounts, being able to invest in our children's future so that they're a millionaire potentially by the time they're my age at 28 years old. I certainly wish I had had access to something like that as a child. But I really think what we all can do, rather than just relying on the policy perspective or what your elected officials are doing, is to start culturally putting the family first again with our faith. If you are not speaking with your family around the dinner table about these issues every day, it is high time to start. If you're not encouraging your children to grow up and have the courage to get married and have kids, more kids than they can afford before they think they're ready, it is high time to start. It is these choices, like deleting our dating apps and quitting birth control pills and saying I do at the altar, that ultimately trickle down into the political policies that we will see save our country.
Annie, one of the big issues that in dealing with the maternity home, and two of my daughters have worked at the maternity home with you, and I've had an honor to spend time there as well. We actually delivered a baby together.
We did in October, yeah.
Yes, in October, from a young woman who was a human trafficking victim, okay? There is this brokenness that's happening in our society, the brokenness of family, and then this creates a cycle. How do we heal these young women? You deal a lot with the Native Americans on the reservations. I mean, there is, we've heard these stories of girls being raped and then they never catch the rapist, and there's drugs involved. I mean, there's so many components and so much pain and hurt in these communities. What do we do?
Yeah, I think a lot of our women's come to us from broken families, and so it's difficult when they haven't seen a healthy example and now they're expected to be mothers, and what does that even look like? How am I supposed to do that? And I think part of my job is being there with them and helping them conquer motherhood and just giving them the confidence that they can do it. I think especially in the media and just because of their age, a lot of times they're told they can't do it, but they are perfectly capable. And I think just being patient with them, walking along with them, helping them heal from their past and their trauma, and just showing them that they are capable of it is how we can.
And one of the biggest components, I think, for the maternity home is faith. Talk about that.
Yeah, so we are a Catholic maternity home and we embrace our faith. It's not forced upon any of our residents, but they are exposed to it at our home, and many of them do come to believe in Christ at our maternity home, which is very beautiful. And I think that is another source of healing for them and comfort. We pray together every night. It's one of my favorite parts of the day. We pray. One of our 1-year-olds, he has started before we eat, we pray together, and so now he knows we all do this, and he looks at us to prepare to pray. But I think that is the foundation. So once they leave, one of our residents just moved out recently, and she'll text our director, like, hey, I'm at Mass, I just talked to the priest, or I went to church today. So I think that's very encouraging for us going forward, that they will have struggles, but they have that foundation.
But we talk about this, faith being that critical component of a family.
That's right.
And why we need that. And why do we need that, Penny?
Well,
in today's society, especially now more than ever.
More than ever, but always, right? Throughout the foundation of time. At Concerned Women for America, we're a Christian women's organization, and we lead with that. Our principles are based on biblical principles, which never change, right? And so we don't have to go with the wind and whatever's hot in culture. We do what's right based on God's word. And the truth is that family formation needs to be based in faith. Because let's be honest, sometimes it's hard. There's no family that exists that doesn't go through struggles or go through times, marriages that don't struggle. But there's seasons in life, but that's why you view marriage as a covenant. It's a covenant between you and God, not just you and each other. And so teaching that foundation, but also being there for each other in the church, in your community, with each other, with grandparents. You know, one thing that I've noticed recently, and I think it is so insidious, is this message propaganda that's being peddled to young women, often the daughter-in-law, that if there's any friction in the family, suddenly the grandparents are toxic. This happened to someone I know. And they're going no contact. That means they're cutting off the grandparents with the children and the grandchildren. That is meant to be intergenerational. We need them. They need us. We need to be intergenerational in supporting. And if you don't have grandchildren around you, then go find one of these pregnancy care centers.
Yes.
And maybe in addition to, and love them and be the grandparents to that family. But this, again, there's so much propaganda for this young this is Gen Z, and probably before, but I'm so proud of all of you and really Isabel for just really being the voice to that generation, because they're sick of it. And they are an amazing group of young women. We have Young Women for America. I'm so impressed by all of them.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. As a future Cuban grandmother, not yet, I'll let you guys know. I'm sure we'll do a baby reveal party at some point at CPAC, of course. I'm going to be all over the grandkids, okay? That's what I'm going to do. But Isabel, I want to ask you a question, because I'm so intrigued by Gen Z. Sometimes I think I should be a Gen Zer, but like...
We'll accept you as a refugee.
We saw this recent poll that came out, and basically it was that the men, the young men, were saying they were more willing to have a family and have children and get married. And then when you compared it to the women, the young women, they were more about financial independence. Tell us, what's the psychology that's going on?
I don't think it involves a deep layer of psychology. The poll that you're referencing is quite interesting, that for young men under 35, their number one and number two political priorities are to get married and have children, and then deal with all of the other downstream policy effects after the fact. For women, that is mostly their second to last or last priority for voters under the age of 35. And the answer is pretty clear. We watched the attack on masculinity happen way before the attack on young women. Everything masculine was toxic and therefore had to be rid of from society instantaneously, which of course came with its own backlash. And you saw the pendulum swing with incredible masculine voices reminding men it's okay to be men, like Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles and Jordan Peterson, tapping into this generation to empower them and allow them to continue to pass that torch forward and lead. Then you saw the attack on women and femininity. And all of a sudden, it is infinitely more insane than anything they ever said about young men. Women aren't even a class of people, I guess, anymore. We're birthing people.
Yeah, birthing people.
Or people who menstruate, or my personal favorite as a breastfeeding mom, chest feeders.
There's no such thing as chest feeding, okay?
Sadly, actually.
Wow, birthing people and chest feeders. This is what we've come to now, guys.
There is, believe it or not.
Crazy.
And we have tapped into this insanity for so long that we are actually creating lactating men in our culture today in 2000.
Crazy. Men can give birth now. Men give birth better than women, if you ask a liberal. Crazy, crazy stuff.
This is real. This is real. Fact check me if you want to. But they've taken this to such an nth degree that many people have just assumed young women should just be written off, right? Women under the age of 35 are too far gone. The propaganda that they're seeing is too powerful. There's no way that we can change their minds. And yet, young women everywhere are deleting their dating apps and quitting their birth control and wanting to get married. Newsweek says 93% of college students still want to get married, despite everything that we are constantly hearing. So what it takes is the next generation of Charlie Kirks and Matt Walshes and Michael Knowles, but for young women. And you are seeing that right now with very, very powerful, strong female voices like Riley Gaines and Allie Beth Stuckey.
Like Isabel Brown, Annie Dunn. I mean, come on. Annie, tell us, in your personal experiences, what you've been with the maternity home now almost 2 years? 1 year. You're going to finish your 1 year now, and then it's been longer than that because you've gone several times.
I first started almost 3 years ago, but I would take breaks with school.
So tell us, what have you learned in terms of dealing with these mothers, in terms of dealing with their babies, and figuring out like how adoption, foster care are sometimes the right choices for these women?
Yeah, I think life is always the right choice, but then after that, it's different for every situation, for every woman, if she is ready to be a mom or if not. And we've had so many beautiful stories of moms who stay with their baby and the baby's older now, and moms who have also made the sacrificial and loving decision to place their baby for adoption. And these wonderful families, often ones struggling with infertility, are able to welcome a child with great joy. So I think I've just seen the beauty of all of that the beauty of the struggle of motherhood, of postpartum, of just the sacrifices that moms make. It's really—
Tell us about Jessie's story.
Yeah, so one of our board members, she actually ended up adopting one of the babies that was born at our home, and it wasn't planned. She was just helping out for a little bit with the baby because the mom was struggling, and ultimately the mom was not able.
This is a great question right here. I would like to know what's wrong with making America great again. Thank you. That's a great question. What's wrong with that?
Able to be a part of her child's life in that capacity. And so Jessie and her husband adopted that beautiful girl, and she's thriving, she's doing well. She has 4 siblings, and we just have so many stories like that of these unexpected joys coming from these children being adopted. But I think every day when I see these babies and their smiles and their laughs, I'm just reminded of the great gift they are and how much worse the world would be off without them.
That is true. That is true, because every child is God's gift. Amen. And to wrap up, what is your message, Penny, to the young women out there? We're so seasoned, we're so wise.
Well, I think I would rather give a message, if it's okay, to young men. We need strong men in this country. Don't fall for it.
Don't fall for it. How's this? Is this better? You guys like that better? Or should I go black? Should I go black? Should we get dark MAGA on them? Let's go.
We need the kind of men who run towards danger. My son's an active duty military officer. We need young men who love their country and will protect, honestly, the rest of us. I think about the young man years ago in Aurora, Colorado, in a theater, who threw his body on top of his girlfriend and literally took a bullet for her. That's the kind of men we need in this country. Stand strong, young men. We need you. Women need strong men.
Isabel, your message to the young women.
Have the courage to be radically countercultural. Dare to fall in love, which doesn't seem that controversial, but it is these days. And have the courage to commit your life to your best friend, growing and sanctifying your relationship to march towards heaven together.
Amen.
Amen.
Annie.
I would say to reach out wherever you live and find a pregnancy resource center, a maternity home. If there isn't one, help start one, and just really support these women who are pregnant and in need, and give to them however you can. If it's financially, then through that. If it's through diapers and wipes, and if not, through prayers.
Lots of prayers. And I just want to end that my advice is, first of all, join the CPAC Women's Coalition. We are going to be hosting a Women Warriors Conference coming up in the next few months, which we'll let you all know. And this is to build, exactly as these ladies are saying, a strong women's movement, a strong women's conservative movement, because that is what we need to build strong women. And with strong men together, we can make.
And national TV host and founder, Grit and Grace.
That's right. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, hello, CPAC Yellowstone. You getting ready to talk some ranching? Are you guys ready? Woohoo! Okay, first things first. We are all going to open our hearts to all of you today, because if you are not a rancher, if you don't know anything about ranching, this is about all of us. Ranching is the bedrock of this country. It represents American independence, American identity, and the beauty of why America is America. So let's get to it, team. All right. I want a show of hands. How many of you have heard the phrase, or have heard the fact, that American beef has the power to cure chronic disease?
American beef? Let's go.
Show of hands. Okay, that's not enough hands. Most people do not know that fact. Why? Because there is a manipulation marketing campaign going on with the left to get us to turn our backs on and to lose confidence in ranching and in American beef. So we're here today to dispel some myths, to open up the conversation, and really to allow you to see what's going on behind the scenes, because this, my friends, this affects every single one of us, you, your children, your community, because every day the quality of your food matters. Because at every dinner time when you sit down, the quality of what you're eating directly affects your health. So, Brooke, I'm going to go to you first on this. You're a doctor. When you said to me that American beef has the ability to cure chronic disease, my first response was, well, why haven't I heard that? And there is an intentional reason why we haven't, but people need to know what we're facing today.
Well, you're exactly right. Beef does have the superpower to reverse chronic disease, and in this country we are in a health crisis. I see it every day, and I've seen beef, the ability of beef in a diet to reverse things such as type 2 diabetes, anxiety.
I love it. I just had a filet and a New York strip yesterday, all in one sitting. It was fantastic. And I love his pin. He's got a little a pin with it's a cow with the American flag on it. I like that one.
And depression, chronic disease, autoimmune disorders. I heard in medical school over 40 years ago that heart disease was caused by cholesterol and fat. And it was nothing but propaganda. And finally,
here, let me zoom in there so you can see what I'm talking about. Look here, here's his pin. If you can see that on his jacket there. All right, let's go.
Science is overcoming the propaganda, and people are eating beef and eating more and more beef. And it's our job to supply that good beef to you.
When we talk about the quality of American beef, we need to know what we're putting on our dinner tables every single night. And when you go to the grocery store, even if you're told to look for American beef, you may not be always getting pure American beef. I'm going to go to you, AJ, and you, Brooke, on this because there is a lot of mixing that's happening. And when that mixing happens, ladies and gentlemen, that affects our health. So, Brooke, do you want to start with that? And then, AJ, I'll have you pick up.
Well, yes. Unfortunately, in 2015, Congress repealed mandatory country of origin labeling law. And it was not until recently that they have instituted a voluntary label, but that still doesn't mean the beef that you're getting at the grocery store is going to be accurately labeled. So many people are confused by the USDA label, and that just means it's been inspected by a USDA inspector. It hasn't been produced by an American rancher. We do now have a voluntary product of the USA label, and we're very happy that we have an administration that is very supportive of that and willing to listen to ranchers, but we really need a mandatory country of origin label.
Yeah. You know, AJ, yes, huge round of applause for that because we're making progress, but so much more needs to be done. And that's why we want to make sure we're helping to give you the information so your eyes can be fully open when we talk about ranching. AJ, let's talk about the beef lobby. Because in addition to the purity of American beef, the beef lobby, there is a lot of issues going on there that the average person has no idea. Because when we look at a lot of the big names that we hear, we think, well, the ranchers have representation. There are people looking out for our ranchers and our land, but that is not always the case.
Yeah, that's right. The beef lobby, the old guard is what got us here. And they lobbied to have control over these label laws like Dr. Brooke was talking about. And, it's caused this reduction in the livestock we have left in our country because they can buy beef much cheaper in a foreign country, bring it over and package it as American beef anyway. So that's been their goal. And because of that, American producers have lost fair markets to be able to sell into.
And I want people to understand how serious this is because we are at the lowest cow herd level that we have ever been at in this country.
Yeah.
That's a serious issue.
Yeah, lowest number since 1950s, something around 86 million head of livestock in our nation. And when you think about the fact that it takes one full beef to feed a family of 4 for a year, roughly, we're talking about 320 million Americans to feed. So we are fully dependent on imports at this moment to feed our nation, and we've got to turn that around. In the West, where I'm from, in 1935, there used to be 18 million mama and baby cows on those public lands. Now we're down to 8 million. And what's also happened is we've seen massive increases in wildfire because we've removed the livestock, the ruminating animals from our public lands that kept it healthy. And so we've got to reverse that because we need to look out for America first. We need to support our local farmers and ranchers so they have a reason to rebuild the herd. That's one of the biggest things that consumers should understand is that you guys have the power to turn this around. Where you spend your money determines what the future of our food system looks like. If you're just frivolously going to the grocery store and trusting the labels that are on there, you're actually missing the opportunity to shift the trajectory of our food system so that we can get back to more farms and ranches on the land, keep the people there that we already have. We're down to 1.8 million producers nationwide, feeding 320 million people. We're in trouble, folks. We've got to get behind our farmers and ranchers because I tell you what, there's a lot of great discussions that are happening here, but if famine comes to America, nothing else matters. The only thing you're going to be thinking about is where your next meal comes from.
That's right. That's a real stark reality. Well, Claire, we love watching you rock it out with country music on the stage, but a lot of people don't know how big your voice is when it comes to this issue. You are an active rancher right now. My grandfather had a ranch. I spent my summers on our family ranch, learning to ride horses, doing all the things. There is a generational problem when it comes to protecting our land, our ranchers, but also the next generation of ranchers. Kind of share with us your heart on this issue.
Yeah. Well, first, I just want to say what an honor it is to be here. As you mentioned, I'm fifth generation farmer and rancher, and I'm a Rush baby. And I was introduced to CPAC through Rush Limbaugh.
I love that. Rush Limbaugh, baby. Let's go. Look at her go, dude.
So, yes,
awesome.
We miss you, Rush.
Yes, we do.
And agriculture in this nation, we farm and ranch. My parents, that's what they do for a living. It's not just a matter of national security. It's the largest threat to our national sovereignty we face in this country. Our nation was designed to be owned by a wide variety of individuals owning the land, operating the land. And because of many reasons, for decades and decades of bad policies stacking up decade after decade, we're losing our farms and ranches. We're losing our land. And when we can't control our own food supply, when we can't grow our own food, when Americans can't be rest assured that Americans own their food supply, who owns us at that point? I got into advocating for agriculture because this is such a huge threat. We must maintain the farms and ranches we have. The average age of the actual rancher out there is about 58 years old. We must have a way for new ranchers to come in, but we've got to have these policies to keep our current ranchers on the land. We also have, thank you.
Love it, guys. Look at that. Conservative women, real women, guys. Check it out.
In agriculture, we have one of the highest suicide rates of any industry in this country, unfortunately, because the cards are stacked against the producer. The producer does not live in a free market system, unfortunately, and there's many, we could be here all day talking about that.
Well, when you say that too, there's no incentive really right now for the rancher to have confidence in their own industry. So Claire, I want to ask you, how do we incentivize our ranchers and the next generation? What can we at home do to put some pressure on whoever that pressure needs to be put on to make a change?
Absolutely. Well, the way we're going to have to incentivize ranchers, for time immemorial, the rancher has went out, we take all of the risk. We've went to our local bankers. We've gotten the loans to buy more cattle. And as Dr. Miller was speaking about earlier, in 2015, many ranchers went into bankruptcy because the cattle market fell out from underneath us. We do have to have confidence that the American rancher, if the American rancher has some confidence that they can at least break even and not lose, they're the best risk takers this nation has ever seen, besides our armed forces, and we are so thankful for them. Yes, absolutely. But if we can have, we've got to have a stable cattle market. We've got to get control over the manipulation that goes in on our cattle markets and our commodity markets. When we have some of these confidence layers, these foundation layers laid down, our farmers and ranchers will take those risks, but they've got to know that they're not going to lose on the other end like we've been doing for decades. Up until the last couple of years, we've had loss after loss.
And as you know, free enterprise is the bedrock of America. It's why America is so strong. And ranching is one of the original areas where the entrepreneurial spirit comes alive. And that is what's being passed on, hopefully, to the next generation. But if there is not confidence in the market, that spirit dies. And we have to fight to keep that alive. So I want to talk about the monopoly, because there is a monopoly that is severely oppressing the ranchers and the ranching industry. And I do not think most Americans understand what is happening. So AJ and Dr. Miller, I want you both to touch on this, because this is an issue that is so serious. It has the ability to kill the independent rancher, their market.
Yeah, and that's been what's happening, right? You've got 4 companies that control 85% of the meat that we consume in America. JBS, Morfrig, Tyson, and Cargill. JBS and Morfrig are Brazilian-owned companies. They're foreign. And in fact, JBS bribed 1,800 Brazilian officials to get the capital necessary to buy up much of our beef supply chain in America. That's how they got there. And so if we allow this to keep happening, which fortunately with this administration and our amazing Secretary of Agriculture, they're putting their foot down and listening to the independent producers that have frankly been screaming about this for decades. Yeah. They, if we as consumers had listened to the people that are growing and producing our food, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in. And so that's the things we've got to change. Now, like Dr. Miller was saying, this week they announced the voluntary Product of USA overhaul. Previously, if you brought beef over from another country or meat from another country and all you did was wrap it in a new package, that qualified for Product of USA. Now, the secretary's come in, she's completely changed that. It now must be born, raised, and slaughtered. And this is incredible. Yeah.
Amen.
The next step that'll help us fight this consolidation is you, the voters, need to put pressure on your Congress people, because Congress has to pass mandatory country of origin labeling, what Dr. Miller was saying that was repealed in 2015. That serves the big guys, because if you as a consumer go in and you see the meat counter and you see the country of origin right clearly on the front of that package, which would be mandatory, then you can make that informed choice. Right now, it's a shell game. You're trying to figure out what is what and where it came from. They'll bring, tons and tons of trim, they call it, that they'll throw into ground beef, mix it with local beef or local fat, and sell it to you. And you have no idea what you're eating and where it's from. So these are the things we can do to push back on the monopoly that's controlled our food system and give that power back to the farmers and ranchers.
That's excellent. And it is a reminder that the power is with the people. We just need to know where we need to exert that power. Dr. Miller, I want you to touch a little bit on the power of the monopoly. You did a great job, AJ, of breaking it down. But there are ranchers also that feel as though they can't speak up and organize against that. Why is that? Give people an understanding of, I don't want to say the pressure, but some of these ranchers say they've been threatened when it comes to that.
Yeah. Well, like AJ was talking about the monopolies, actually in the farming and agriculture business, we have to deal with 2 monopolies. On our supply side, our manufacturers, our seed companies, they're a monopoly, so they raise our prices. And on the side where we sell our beef or sell our cattle, there are 4 of them. And so they pretty much have the market sewed up. And so they squeeze us. A couple decades ago, the average farm and ranch was getting 65% of the consumer dollar. Now it's 35%. And it's become unprofitable. And so the younger generation is seeing this happen, and they're saying, that's too much work, that's too much risk. We're not going to do that. And so this is affecting your food prices, and this is affecting your food security, and it affects every walk of life. If you can't eat, you can't live.
That's right.
And the American rancher would definitely come back hard if we had confidence in the market and we knew that the administration, the congressmen, the agencies were listening to us. But they don't listen to us. They listen to the trade organizations. They listen to the monopolies. And you, as a voter, need to educate yourself on this, because it affects you. And it only will help you both from a health standpoint and a financial standpoint, if we have a safe and abundant food supply.
That's right. That's right. That is the truth. And I just want to reiterate that all of us sit on the CPAC Ranchers Coalition. So please, if you have questions, look for us, find us, seek us out. We are meeting regularly to make sure that you are educated. So when you get to the polling booth, you know exactly how to vote and who to talk to get policy done. So I want to just get some closing thoughts from each of you. I know, Claire, you are very vocal about some of the threats against ranchers, especially the screwworm.
Yeah.
What is it that you want people to take away from your participation here today?
Well, pictured not here with me, though, in spirit, are hundreds of thousands of farmers and ranchers. And each one of them, I think, would tell you, do your research. The people you think, as up until now, that are representing the farmers and ranchers, 9 times out of 10, they're not. And even worse, some of those institutions and some of those lobbyists and some of those organizations are selling us out. The American producer is the last stand of true freedom between all of us and who would come in and take over our lands. And the other thing on the New World screwworm, Google it. It can infect humans, pets, livestock, wildlife. We must keep this issue out of our country. Go Google that, and don't do it before lunch. But
good advice. AJ, yes, thank you. Thank you for that. AJ, you know, land grazing is also another big issue. What do you want people to take away if there's one message from you today?
Yeah, we've made it our mission to help connect consumers directly with the farmers and ranchers. When you can get those producers the full retail dollar and cut out as many of those middlemen that are taking a piece of that pie, then they can thrive. So my message is go find them. Go to your local farmer's market on Saturday. Get online and Google, you know, beef or dairy or whatever it is you're looking for around you. The other side I would say too is we've become segmented from our food supply for so long that there's a lack of knowledge for the consumers. It was only about a generation and a half ago where you knew how to order a side of beef. But now people don't know what a cut sheet is. And so get yourself educated. You know, as human beings, we need three things: food, shelter, and safety, food being number one. So get familiar with your food system again and go find those producers so that they can rely on you. And because guess what? When COVID hit, because my family are producers, we did not have to worry about having food in our fridge when others were panicking. If you've got that direct line of communication to your farmers and ranchers, they're there to serve you, and you're there to serve them, and it's the cohesion that we need to serve our nation.
Beautiful, beautiful. Dr. Miller.
I would like to echo what AJ just said, is develop a relationship with a farmer and rancher. You're only going to be helping yourself and helping them to stay in business, which will be good for you in the long run. But a bigger point is we all know that legislators and politicians are really good at saying the right thing, but are they good at doing the right thing? And right now, actually over the last 3 to 4 decades during my time on this earth, we've gone from a small single-family farm society to a big ag society. Get big or get out, like Earl Butz said back in the 70s. We've got to hold these politicians and legislators' feet to the fire and make sure that they do what's right for America, do what's right for you, and do what's right for our producers of food in this nation.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's lock arms. Let's stand with and behind our ranchers. It is the last stand when it comes to freedom in America. Thank you so much for your time today.
I want to thank you for that. You know, when we talk about conservative media, I'm also a White House correspondent.
I just jumped to the live, so we are literally live right now as of now. And thank you guys for subscribing. I'm at 19,300 guys. We were under 19. We were 18,800 when the live started this morning, and so we're 4 hours and 30 minutes into it. So I'm going to do a little bit more, and then let's see. Oh, my mouse is going crazy. There we go.
So I sit in those first 3 rows. Watch the people sitting in the first 3 rows asking ridiculous gotcha questions day after day. You see them, right? The libtards, how stupid they are that we got to deal with them every day. Why? Because they're part of the fake news mainstream media. They get all the seats and they have the power. But we're taking that back with conservative media. But we can't do it without you, and we can't do it without some of the people on our panel today because we have to fund ourselves, not like them. Look, we don't have a George Soros. Woo! We don't have that funding us, but I tell you what we do have. We have us. We have our network. We have our community. And if we can do this together, conservative media is eventually going to take over for one reason, because we tell the truth and they lie. The truth will set you free. Now, in our effort to save America, we want to be able to talk to people on a daily basis, tell them what is going on without the lies and without the spin and without the nonsense that you're getting in the media. Now, the key is our community. Together, we're the greatest consumer base in America. Everybody wants our dollars, regardless of what the company is. They all want us. You know why? Because we work and have jobs and spend money. That's why. Amen. So we're the most coveted consumers that they all want. But we have to work together. When we do, we have tremendous results. Let me give you an example. We have figured out how to say no. We said no to Bud Light. Remember that?
Yeah.
Boycotted them. What happened? Market share down by half. They lost half their share and haven't gotten it back. Their market cap down by 35%. They lost $30 billion for their investors. Their stock went down 20%. I'll give you other examples. Target. We know how to say no. What we have to do, we have to learn how to say yes. And by saying yes, that means that we consume and support the products of those who support our conservative media, like these fine gentlemen here. This is going to be the key to telling the truth in the next decade in America, because you're not going to get it with the fake news. Let's start with our panel. Start with Glenn Story over here. Glenn is, as you know, the CEO and chairman of Patriot Mobile. I know Glenn for a long time. The thing about Glenn is he's got a great product. I have 3 phones, don't ask me why. So I run my company, all 3 phones, Patriot Mobile. I save a fortune. The key is this. The thing about Patriot Mobile and so many advertisers here is they have great products and they care about their customers. And that is really the key. We have to find those companies that support us, who support conservative Christian causes like Patriot Mobile does and Glenn Story, and then we have to buy their product, because that's the only way that conservative media can be supported. So we have to act as one, as a community. And if we do that, we're going to be unbelievably successful, as we have been. Glenn, you've been one of the biggest sponsors, certainly of Newsmax, of our network, of so many others. What inspired you originally to do that?
You know, before I answer that, thank you. You know, I like to guide what I'm going to say. Anyway, I just want to say thank you to Matt and Mercy and the Turning Point, or not the Turning Point, but the CPAC team for putting this on, and especially here in Texas. We're under attack. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
This state is under attack. You mentioned Soros and others. They put hundreds of millions of dollars into taking over this country or our state. And without you guys bringing awareness, whether it's Real America's Voice, Newsmax, we don't really have a state left. And so thank you. As far as Patriot Mobile, look, you know, we're America's only Christian conservative cell phone service provider. You know, we're a cell phone service. But what does that mean, really? Well, we're an activist organization. And we put God first, and then we try to funnel those causes to godly organizations, ones that tell the truth. And even Jesus, what did he say? The truth will set you free. And that's all we want to do, is support those causes and those groups that support the truth. So, John, thank you for what you do. And Matt.
Okay, guys, I'm going to call it a day. We'll call it an afternoon for now. I'll be back later tonight, but thank you for joining the stream. I got to go do quite a few things. It's been 4 hours and 37 minutes so far on the stream. We covered Trump this morning, CPAC. That's the first day of CPAC. We started it off. We kicked it off here together on the stream. Thank you for joining. Please subscribe. Thank you if you've already subscribed. Love you guys. Thank you for supporting me. We're going to bring more. We're going to have a lot of fun. We want to make America great again. We're America first. And we're just, we got common sense. We're working off of common sense, guys. And we'll keep it coming. So thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the live chat. That's my funnest part. I love watching the live chat and interacting. Again, guys, I'm going to go get on with a few things that I got to handle, and then I'll be back on with you tonight. Thank you. Good night. Or I'll see you soon. Bye.